Good morning, everybody. That's better. My name is Mike Sutton, President of the Fish and Game Commission, and I want to welcome everybody to the May Commission meeting here in beautiful Los Angeles. I want to thank in absentia Commissioner Jack Bayless for helping arrange for us to use the UCLA facilities today, and we'll thank him when he gets here later today. He's tied up this morning, but he'll be here around noon for helping forge closer ties between the Commission and the UCLA Institute for Environment and Sustainability. Very interesting potential partnership indeed. I want to introduce our commissioners and staff as we get started this morning. My name is Mike Sutton, Commission President from the Monterey Peninsula. On my right, on my left here is Sankey Mastrip, who's Executive Director of the Commission. Next to him is Richard Rogers, Commissioner from Santa Barbara. And next to him is Jim Kellogg, our Commissioner from Discovery Bay, which is near, it's in the East Bay, I suppose you'd describe it, near Stockton, I guess. Jack Bayless, as I mentioned, will be with us later in the morning. Next to Jim, on Jim's left, is Christopher Ames, our counsel, our esteemed lawyer for the Commission. And we have, on my right, Adriana Shea, Deputy Executive Director of the Commission. On her right, Chuck Bonham, Director of the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And on his right, Dan Paragary, who is, I guess, Principal Deputy Director of the Department. We have a number of other department staff here and Commission staff as well. I want to recognize Craig Schumann. Dr. Schumann is our Marine Advisor for the Commission, at least for a few more days. And our staff, Sherry Fonbuena and Mary Britton, are here. Who am I forgetting? Mike Carrion is here from the department, the law enforcement chief. And I want to thank the wardens in particular for taking time out from their field work to come and help us run the meeting. I always feel a little guilty about that, taking wardens out of the field. But thank you for being here. So we look forward to a really great meeting this next 2 days. There's a lot on our agenda, a lot of great presentations, so we should all learn a lot while we're here. Sankey, take it away.
Yes, good morning. Our goal today is informed decision making. In that spirit, we all need to work together to make that happen. We are operating under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. Proceedings are being recorded, so we always ask people to think before they speak. Each person has a total of 10 minutes for the day to speak on items on the agenda. The amount of time for each agenda item may be adjusted based on time available and the number of speakers. If you're part of a group and wish to cede time to a representative, please be aware that means you're giving up your right to speak to that agenda item, so the representative may have some additional time to speak. The President will determine how much additional time will be granted. Typically, that's been no more than 5 minutes, but the President will make that decision if there's a request. The speaker card of a person wishing to cede time must be submitted with the representative's card at the time they turn it in. Speaker cards need to be turned into the staff before we start the agenda item, and that's Sherry Fonbuena, or you can give it to one of the wardens who will give it to Sherry Fonbuena or Mary Britton. Please make sure to list the agenda item you wish to speak on the speaker card. We will be calling several names at a time in the order we'll be asking you to speak, so please line up behind the podium. If you're not in the room when your name is called, you may be forfeiting your opportunity to speak on that item. When you come up to speak, we ask you please state your name and any affiliation if you have any. Please be respectful, and disruptions from the audience will not be tolerated. Time is precious, so please be concise. And a warning on the use of laser pointers. You may only use laser pointers to point out items on a presentation, otherwise you run the risk of arrest. With that, Commissioner, we're ready for agenda item number 1.
Thank you, Sankey.
All right, with that, item number 1 is a request from Mr. Joseph Maynard for Zoological Association of America, ZAA, facilities to receive an exemption from inspection requirements. Mr. Maynard contacted me late last week requesting this item be rescheduled to the June meeting because it wasn't quite prepared. I do believe we have a speaker card or two on this item, so I would recommend we take the speakers.
Please.
We have 2 speakers, Gila Younger and Jennifer Fearing.
Come on up. Neither of you here? Yeah, come on. When we call your name, it means come on up and tell us your story. Oh.
Sorry, it's Kelly Younger.
Oh.
Good morning, President Sutton, members of the Commission, Director Bonin. My name is Jennifer Fearing. I'm here on behalf of the Humane Society of the United States, and I'm here to record our opposition to the request to exempt facilities accredited by the Zoological Association of America from the inspection requirements under Title 14, Section 671. Under statute, all facilities that possess restricted species must be inspected by either the department or an eligible local entity that has an agreement with the department. The statute does not provide for any exception to the yearly inspection requirement for anyone. The request before you today is in direct violation of state statute. Every single facility, regardless of type, whether it is a research facility, a circus, a breeder, or private pet owner, must be inspected. On these grounds alone, the request should be denied. Further, every facility possessing restricted species must obtain a license and comply with humane care and housing standards. ZAA is apparently arguing that the AZA are exempted from these requirements and therefore ZAA should be as well. However, under state statute, AZA facilities are required to be licensed and inspected for animals defined as detrimental, which are species that could cause damage to agriculture, native wildlife, or to public health and safety. They do not have to obtain a license for animals defined as welfare animals. Further, state statute specifically defines a zoo as a facility accredited by the AZA. Therefore, ZAA does not meet this definition. You should know that ZAA is a fringe group with a short and troubling track record. Formed in 2005, ZAA has weak standards, endorses poorly run roadside zoos, and promotes the private ownership of exotic pets, which California prohibits. Despite threats to public safety and the negative impact on animal welfare, ZAA standards continue to allow public contact with dangerous wild animals. ZAA's 2013 animal care standards make no mention of safety procedures, contingency plans in case of an emergency, or proper training. I'm happy to provide you any of this additional information if you want. But finally, last year, Michigan Governor Rick Schneider vetoed a bill that would have exempted ZAA facilities in the state's dangerous wildlife animal law. He cited concerns that a ZAA exemption could, quote, lead to gaps in public health protection and animal welfare. Recent attempts to exempt ZAA from the state dangerous wild animal laws also failed in Louisiana. We urge the Commission not to weaken existing law to allow a special interest group to sidestep inspection requirements that were recently adopted after decades of work to implement. Please help protect public safety and animal welfare by denying this request and do not grant ZAA any special exemptions from the state's restricted species requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Commissioners, esteemed Executive Director, and Mr. President. I would like to echo, first of all, my name is Kelly Younger.
Thank you.
And I'm with the California Sanctuary Association. My voice is so low anyway, it's soft. Can you hear me now? Is that better? Okay. Project. I'm trying, Sunky. We would like to echo our concerns and support the Humane Society of the United States in opposition against the ZAA. And for those reasons and also additional ones, this is nothing new with the ZAA trying to slip in and get themselves exemptions. I have papers here. We did email all of this in a PDF, but I have the file here. This was done in Texas. And what happened in Texas was it even went through the state legislature. They decided the inspections were going to be done on the sanctuaries, but they were going to waive the fees because of the inability for sanctuaries to make as much money. The ZAA went in, brought lawyers. The end of it was they were not given the exemption. It's been now in Louisiana, and now they're trying to do it here in California. So here's the paperwork on that. If you want, I'll hand it out, or I'll give it to her. But here's where most of us in Cali have the problem with the ZAA. There's a group that's known as the Directors Animal Advisory Committee, and members of the ZAA are on this committee. And they offered no opposition to these inspection fees when they were being prepared. I think 4 times they failed. They came back in 2011. At your June 20th, 2012 hearing, where the inspection fees were adopted, the Directors Animal Advisory Committee offered no opposition to that whatsoever, despite the fact that they had members soliciting all of the permittees here in California for fees, alleging they were paying them for attorney's fees to oppose this. We have no idea where this money went. All we can tell you is that at the June 20th, 2012 hearing, the ZAA nor the Directors Advisory Animal Committee offered any opposition to these inspection fees. What they're attempting to do now, after they've allowed this to happen to every other permittee, they're trying to sneak in the back door and get an exemption for themselves. It is a substantial and unlawful conflict of interest. And on those grounds, and with everything the Humane Society has already stated, with Title 14 CCR 671, there is absolutely no provision in statute for the ZAA to have an exemption of either the inspections or the inspection fees. Am I okay?
Excuse me, you need to wrap up.
I'll wrap it up. What this would literally do is it would offer the inspections and the inspection fees for sale to the highest bidder becoming a ZAA member. The ZAA would have the exemption, and they just sell it to any permittee they want. I'd like to then put this in for the record. These are all the emails.
All right, thank you very much.
Commissioners.
I should have mentioned it earlier. There's an annoying light and buzzer that green means it's okay. When it goes red means you need to wrap up. No, I know. I should have mentioned it. And the buzzer means your time's up too. Sometimes you don't see the light, just so folks know. Thank you very much. Is that the final speaker?
Yes, it is.
All right. And assuming no objection from the commissioners, we'll put this on the June agenda, or?
I would rather take it off our agenda and let the staff deal with it and the department, if there's any, unless there's any objection.
Mr. President, I agree with that.
All right. Well, then let the record show that we will not be putting this on the June agenda, and staff's been directed to work this issue out with Mr. Maynard directly. All right. With that, Mr. President, we're ready to start number 2. Agenda item number 2, discussion of proposed changes to depredation permit application regulations, sections 401 and 480. The adoption hearing is scheduled for June. And does the department have anything to say at this point?
Yes, we have a brief presentation if it's ready. As you know, this was on your consent calendar in April, and we have gone to notice, and this is a discussion hearing. This bit of regulation is to enact some changes to put additional uses of dogs pursuant to SB 1221. Figure out where this wants to go. So very quickly, we're going to try and summarize this since we didn't do it last month. To amend Section 401 to incorporate these changes from 1221. Section 480, we're proposing to incorporate in 401 and thus delete that section. We're also suggesting some changes on the depredation permit process to allow us to use electronic permitting and do a better job, we hope, at permit tracking and reporting. So as a bit of a reminder, the current regulations allow for the take of bobcat at any time with no permit. Just require that you report to the department within 30 days. At the same time, our permit system requires you to get a depredation permit for turkeys, pigs, lions, beavers, the rest of the species there. A bit of bureaucracy in a way that the existing regulation requires us to use a specific form. So in order to incorporate electronic permitting, we need to change the regulation to get away from the reference to that form. So again, here's the specific amendments. This goes, frankly, a little further than 1221 by recommending that you need a depredation permit to take a bobcat, except in the case, unless you catch it in your chicken coop kind of thing, right? The rest of the language is intended to incorporate the language from 1221 where we thought it was necessary. As I said, this would delete a specific requirement and regulation to use a form and then replace that instead with the information we need, which frees us up to not actually have an FG form associated with it. And that was just briefly what we had, just to remind you of what we went to notice with back in April.
Any questions, commissioners? I think we have a speaker. Mary?
No, we do not.
Oh, okay. Apparently a member disagrees with that.
Sorry, Jennifer Fearing.
Good morning again. Good morning again. Jennifer Fearing on behalf of the Humane Society of the United States, and we're certainly happy to see this effort to clarify the requirements for applicants seeking permits to take bobcats, in particular causing damage, and to incorporate the new provisions required by SB 1221. I won't get into the specifics. The document I've provided does it, and maybe it'll be best if I work with Dan and others in the department, but we identified a number of places where we think that the proposed regulations are missing some of the elements that were required in the depredation section of SB 1221, and Dan tells me that they're trying to strike a balance between not copying statute verbatim into code, but I think we need to do some work. I think there are a few issues here that notwithstanding still would be helpful and important to clarify in the regulations some of the specifics associated with getting depredation permits with the use of dogs for bobcats. So I'm not sure what the process is for working through some of these changes, but I'm happy to be involved with it.
Commissioners, in that regard, you're scheduled for adoption in June. If the department comes back to us at the June meeting asking for changes, you would have to renotice this for a later adoption with the amendments if they come back any, and would delay adoption. Yeah, so that would be the process. So we would look forward to, at the June hearing something either you're comfortable or maybe asking the commission to make a change, which is certainly doable. So just for process. Any other questions?
Thank you, Sankey. I having written regulations myself in my previous career, I know how challenging it can be, but by the same token, it's probably a good idea to make sure that whatever's in the regs mirrors what's in the statute to the extent practicable, just for clarity's sake for the public. They're trying to interpret this. So, Dan, do you anticipate coming back to us with a renotice on this?
I think Jennifer shared with me just prior to the meeting some of the specifics, and I'd like to sit down with our regs unit who's more up to speed. This was frankly their first rulemaking, and I think it'd be good if we got in a huddle and looked at this stuff relative to the concerns about not unnecessarily repeating stuff that's already in law in regulation, which is the way it was pitched to me. We don't need to repeat ourselves all the time. So, but we're happy to work on it. I don't believe I know what the schedule is, but I don't believe there's an impact if we adopt later.
And as a point of clarification, it's under APA guidance not to repeat statute in Title 14 regs. We're not supposed to be duplicating it. So there is a sensible thing, but that doesn't prevent us in a public document to include both for clarity, both the code and Title 14.
Well, and again, I'm happy to talk through it more, but some of this involves information that's listed to be collected from permittees, and to the extent that information is missing things that would be necessary for review to ensure compliance with SB 1221, those are the things I'm mostly concerned about. So I'm happy to be reasonable, and I'm not looking to mirror it. I am looking, though, to make sure that what you collect from permittees works for ensuring compliance. And I don't know, Sankey, if this is a good time to mention also the other aspect of SB 1221 regulations that were adopted without coming before the commission. It sounds like Senator Liu provided some proposed changes to those as well, but they came in after. So I'm not sure what the process is for addressing those. Maybe we could do those in a similar conversation.
Sorry, we're having some technical So yeah, to finish up this item, this will stay on the June item for possible adoption, but the commission always has the flexibility if they're presented with information that we need to renotice with a change, we can do that at the June meeting. So, so we'll proceed, and hopefully you can work out. If not, we'll make an adjustment. So thank you very much. Any other speakers?
No.
Thank you. We're going to need to take about a 5-minute break to try to get the sound system so that it works for everybody up here, so we can actually hear commentary and testimony. So let's come back at 25 after. And let's go to the next agenda item, which is number 3, right, Sankey?
Yes. Agenda item number 3 is 2 parts. A is consideration and possible action on whether to list the American pika as a threatened species. And then part B would be, if you do choose to go to list them, is a request for authorization to publish notice of the Commission's intent to amend Section 670.5. I will just do a quick reminder on a couple of key items at this stage. Is 267 of the code defines a threatened species as a native species that, although not presently threatened with extinction, is likely to become an endangered species in the foreseeable future in the absence of the special protection and management efforts required by the listing law. And then the section 670.1 in Title 14 defines listing as follows. A species shall be listed as threatened if the Commission determines that its continued existence is in serious danger or is threatened by any one or any combination of the following factors. 1 is present or threatened modification or destruction of its habitat. 2, overexploitation. 3, predation. 4, competition. 5, disease. And 6 is other natural occurrences or human-related activities. That's just to give you a quick reminder of what the code in Title 14 talk to that are relevant to this issue. And you also have the department has prepared their final evaluation, the status review, and we have a speaker from the department who will give you their results.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Good morning, President Sutton and Commissioners Roger and Kellogg. My name is Scott Osborne. I'm a staff environmental scientist with the department's Wildlife Branch, Non-Game Wildlife Program. As you know, there's been concern raised about the effect of climate change on the American pika because it occurs at high elevation and is sensitive to heat. I've been asked to give you a brief background on the pika and the department's status review, which is in support of your decision on whether to list the pika or not. Let's see if I can work this. There we go. Here's a brief outline of my talk today. I'll briefly recap the history of the petition. I'll talk a little bit about pika biology. I'll talk about the potential threats that the department analyzed in its status review. And then I'll present the department's key findings and recommendations. With regard to the petition, as you know, it's been in front of us for quite some time. It was submitted in 2007. The department completed its first evaluation of the petition that year. In 2008, the Commission rejected the petition. There have been a couple lawsuits and other Commission actions which have kept it in front of us. Late last year, the department completed late 2011, the department completed its evaluation of the amended petition. And at that time, the Commission voted to accept the petition, advance the species to candidacy. And in the ensuing months, we completed a status review report, which we gave to you earlier this year. And today is your first opportunity to consider whether listing will happen or not. The pika is a small lagomorph, which means it's a relative of rabbits and hares. Although it superficially looks like a rodent or a small rat, it's not. It's actually more closely related to rabbits. As you can see, it's got small rounded ears, short legs, no visible tail. There are about 29 species of pikas worldwide. Most of those occur in Eurasia. In North America, there's 2 species of pika, the collared pika, which occurs up in Alaska and northwestern Canada. And then there's the American pika, the subject of this petition, Ocotona princeps, which occurs in the mountainous regions of western North America from southern Canada down through the Rockies, the Sierra Nevada, and in the Great Basin mountain ranges. Within California, the range of the pika is delineated with that purple line. We've also plotted on this map the known occurrence locations. It does? It sounds like it's really loud. Okay. All right. Thank you. We've also plotted on this map in pink and black dots known occurrences of the pika throughout the state. But in general terms, the American pikas are found in California in the Sierra Nevada, the Southern Cascades, Modoc Plateau, and Great Basin ranges. In terms of natural history, pikas are always found in association with broken rock habitats, like these talus or rock debris fields in the eastern Sierra Nevada. And it's really important that pikas have that space because it not only provides cover and protection from predators, but also the subsurface area within these rock debris fields provides a more mild microclimate than is found on the surface. So during periods of extreme cold or extreme heat, pikas are able to retreat into the more mild conditions underneath the rock surfaces. Broken rock habitat can also be provided through human activities. For example, in the old days, mining produced these ore dumps like are found in the region around the historic mining district of Bodie. Pikas have moved into those places and are able to get by just fine in that human-made habitat as well. One of the conclusions that's recently developed is that pikas appear to be able to occur in a wider range of conditions than was previously thought. Here are some photos from a relatively low elevation site in the Mono Basin. This area is relatively low in elevation, is relatively dry, has dry vegetation, and rather forbidding summertime temperatures. And another interesting new bit of information about the pika is that many of the rock fields that they occur in are actually rock glaciers, or more generically, rock ice features. These are rock piles that deep within their core have ice that persists through the summer months, and that acts as sort of a natural refrigerator to help the pikas stay cool even if the outside temperatures are quite hot. In terms of diet, pikas are generalist herbivores. They're able to subsist on a variety of vegetation. And it's, again, very important for that suitable vegetation to occur nearby the rock piles in which they occur. Pikas not only forage directly and eat the food as it's growing, but they also cut vegetation and store it in hay piles, as you can see in the right-hand photos there, for later consumption during the winter when there's no green vegetation.
I'm sorry, but I have to say, if there was a cuteness provision in the California Endangered Species Act, this species would qualify hands down.
Yeah.
Look at that thing.
They are pretty darn cute, aren't they? Okay, moving on. The question, you might ask the question, why do they need to store hay? Well, pikas, unlike many high elevation rodents, don't hibernate. They're active and awake all winter long, and so they need to have a source of food even when their food isn't growing. And in addition to this behavioral adaptation to get through the winter, they also have physiological adaptations that allow them to conserve energy during the extreme cold of winter. And it's these same physiological adaptations that help them get through winter that make them susceptible to high heat loads in the summer. Okay, turning to our status review, the department analyzed the threat posed by a variety of factors, including grazing, mining, the fact that pikas occur in small, isolated populations throughout much of their range, disease, predation, competition, and then, of course, climate change. And I'm just going to summarize very briefly and say that the department's assessment for all of the top, or everything but climate change, basically, is that these don't seem to pose significant threats to the existence of pikas in California, at least at this time. However, climate change does pose potentially a serious threat, and so I want to spend a little time talking about that. First, it's clear from reconstructions of temperature of the Earth's past that the global temperature of the Earth has always varied. And also that we are currently in one of the coolest periods in the recent history of Earth. Since the time of the dinosaurs 65 million years ago, temperatures are actually quite cool. But as you can see from this reconstruction of the last 2,000 years worth of temperature, temperatures have been fairly steady and cool over the recent history. And the ecosystems that we're familiar with developed during that period since the last glaciation. And also, it's apparent, if you look at the far right-hand side of this graph, that temperatures are rather rapidly rising at this time, and they're projected to continue to do so. Just briefly, one of the culprits in this rapid upswing in temperature is the concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, including carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is a tiny fraction of the Earth's atmosphere, but it plays a large role in the heat balance of the Earth. And it's also one of the greenhouse gases that humans are producing in greater and greater amounts since the time of the Industrial Revolution. This is just a graph in blue. You can see the concentration of greenhouse or CO2, and then overlaid that above it is the global average temperature. And we've just topped over 400 parts per million of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And projections are, as you can see in this slide, that greenhouse gas emissions are going to continue to increase, which will lead to an increase in the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. What does all this mean for the pika? Well, if we, along with those projections of greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere, we can project the effect on the heat balance of the Earth and determine what the average temperature will be in any given location. These maps show California and Nevada, and the relative, or this is the average summer temperature, I believe, for the second half of the 21st century in the upper left, progressing through to the bottom right towards the end of this current century, the relative changes in those temperatures. Okay, we have to think about how such climate changes may affect pika when we look to the future and try to discern whether it might be threatened or endangered. There are many pathways by which changes in climate may affect pika, and I'll just briefly run down these. First of all, acute heat stress or mortality may occur during the summer active period if they are exposed to temperatures that they can't tolerate. More likely, individual pikas will modify their behavior to avoid that heat stress and remain inactive in their cool rock crevices to avoid the extreme heat. But that means there'll be less time for them to forage and engage in other important activities, and may also expose them to nocturnal predators that they're not normally dealing with. The energetic stress of getting through the winter is important to pikas, and one of the effects of climate change may be to reduce snowpack, and snowpack provides insulation to talus fields and the pikas that live within them, so they may be exposed to more extreme cold during the winter. Another important aspect of pika populations viability is the opportunity of pikas to disperse from one talus field to another. While generally warmer conditions during that dispersal period may make it less likely that they will be able to get to other sites and take up house there and continue on. There's also, of course, myriad ecosystem changes related to vegetation, predators, competitors that may occur that could affect the pika. And then there's also the simple geometric fact that if pikas have to move upslope to find themselves in appropriate climatic conditions up the mountainside, there's just less and less area for populations to exist in as they move upslope. All of these factors may combine and interact to pose a threat to pikas as well. Okay, so in the next series of slides, I'm going to talk about two types of scientific studies that attempt to determine how climate change may have already affected pikas, and then also how it may affect pikas in the future. So the first type of study I'll talk about may generally be called resurvey projects. And generally what these projects do is they involve looking at historical sites where pikas were known to occur in the past, figure out which of those sites pikas still occur at versus not, and then look for differences between the sites where pikas were extirpated or lost versus where they still occur. And there are some caveats that go along with these kinds of projects. First of all, this is non-random sampling. We're working with an existing suite of sites that people visit, and that's statistically not the best way to do science. There's also something called metapopulation dynamics, in which species that occur in discrete disjunct patches are expected to actually go extinct from time to time, and some sites will always be unoccupied. Hopefully they'll later be recolonized so the population will come back at that location. And then finally, all of these resurvey projects involve presence or absence type surveys only. If pikas are found at a site, it's scored as presence, but it doesn't really say anything about how robust or viable that population is there for the long term. Okay, and as it turns out, there are three resurvey projects for the American pika that have been done in the southern Rocky Mountains, in the Great Basin mountain ranges, and then here in California. I'm going to talk very briefly about each of these. First of all, pikas in the Great Basin, the work of Eric Beaver and his colleagues. They looked at 25 historic pika sites, which are indicated as red and blue dots in this map. I'm just going to skip straight to the results. They had 25 historical sites that they resurveyed first in the 1990s and then in the 2000s. Over the course of those periods, 6 pika sites lost occupancy in the first survey go-around, and then 3 additional sites lost their pikas by the second resurvey effort. And the authors did, in fact, find a climate thumbprint on those extirpations. The sites that lost their pikas generally were lower in elevation, so they're generally warmer and drier. And direct measurements of climate also indicated that the sites that lost pikas were warmer, suffered more extreme cold snaps, were drier, and also had less talus available to them. The second resurvey project was done by Liesl Erb and her colleagues in the southern Rocky Mountains from southern Wyoming down through Colorado and northern New Mexico. I'm going to skip the details here and just say that most of their sites remained occupied by pikas, but the sites that lost pikas were generally drier and had higher summer temperatures and lower vegetation quality. Here in California, there have been about 5 independent resurvey projects ranging from Mount Shasta down through the Cascades and Sierra Nevada. Joseph Stewart has collated all the data from those resurvey projects into a meta-analysis. He had 53 sites, historical sites that he looked at. 44 of those remained occupied at the time of the resurvey. And again, to summarize his general results, the sites that lost pikas had less talus area available to the pikas. They were lower in elevation. They were drier and had higher summer temperatures. So the sort of bottom line from all these resurvey projects is that climate and climate change, in fact, has been shown to have at least some effect on whether pikas persist at sites where they historically occurred. I'm going to switch now to the second type of scientific study that has been done. I generally call these future habitat projection studies. And the idea here is to model the environmental conditions where pikas occur now, including climate conditions, and then project where pikas may be able to occur based on expected future conditions. Again, there's some caveats that go along with these sorts of studies. First of all, the models don't include many environmental factors that may affect distribution. There's just too many variables to look at, and some of the variables we don't have a good handle on, like the distribution of talus in the western U.S. Many of these models don't really explicitly incorporate the pika's ability to modify their behavior or adapt physiologically to new conditions, so they don't incorporate resiliency. And some of the models tend to overpredict current distribution, which calls into some doubt the results of the projected distributions. Anyway, I'm going to quickly go through a few of these. First, Kurt Galbraith et al., published in 2009, a study where they used 140 pika locations in western North America to model current suitable habitat, which is depicted as the gray shaded areas in the left-hand map. Then they projected those climate variables into the future at a time. This is depending on your climate or CO2 emission scenario. The future condition here is somewhere between the year 2060 and 2100. And they indicated that the amount of suitable habitat at that time, shown on the right-hand map in the shaded areas, is much reduced, including in California. Jason Trook, for his graduate thesis, did a similar analysis. Here, the current suitable habitat is shown in the blue shaded polygons. Under the high emissions scenario, A2 scenario at the year 2100, the suitable habitat's been reduced down just to the red shaded areas. Scott Laurie and his colleagues used a slightly different approach. They modeled the probability that a pika site would go extinct or would lose its pikas based on average annual temperature, and then projected that into the future. And this map depicts the results of that study, in which the red areas have basically 100% probability that pikas will no longer be viable in those locations. The dark blue areas are expected to have pikas be able to persist in those areas. I think I'm going to skip the last one just for the sake of time. but it has a similar result, a reduction in the amount of suitable habitat at the end of this century. So the bottom line from all these future habitat suitability projections is that the amount of available habitat for picas looks like it's going to be fairly substantially reduced by the end of the century. So I'm going to move on then to the key findings, which are in Title 14, as Sankey summarized for you. These are present or threatened modification or destruction of habitat, overexploitation, predation, competition, disease, and other natural occurrences or human-related activities. I'll briefly summarize the department's findings with respect to each of these. First, present or threatened modification or destruction of habitat. This is where we've placed the climate change threat, or the primary threat of climate change, given that it appears that habitat conditions will be fairly drastically affected by future climate change. We know that climate does affect pika distribution and persistence, and we expect some habitat lost, at least due to climate change. There's a lot of uncertainty in those projections, of course. Nobody knows exactly what's going to happen in the future, but the various models I discussed and others that are in the status review report agree generally as to what the effect might be. And the department regards this as a potentially serious threat. Overexploitation is the second factor. Pikas are classified as a non-game mammal, which means that take is generally prohibited. There is some minimal controlled take for scientific research involving capturing and releasing generally. The department does not consider overexploitation to be a threat. I'm going to lump predation, competition, and disease all into one slide because they're all fairly similar. These are natural processes that at this time don't appear to be threats to the pika. Climate change may affect these factors in the future, but we really don't know whether in a good way or a bad way. So at this time, we're basically saying there's not enough information to assess the future threat level of these factors. And then finally, other natural occurrences or human-related activities. We did assess grazing and mining as potential threats. They don't appear to be significant at this time. But human activities contributing to climate change, just by their very nature, contributing to climate change may pose a threat to the pika. So with that, I'll present the department's recommendation regarding listing. First of all, we say that based on the best available information, the department has determined listing of the American pika in California as threatened or endangered is not warranted. We do, however, have a long list of management recommendations which are provided in full in the report, but I've just distilled down to 4 general areas here. First, we think it's important to continue doing research and monitoring to help understand the conservation status and conservation needs of the pika. We think that the pika, along with many other species in the state, needs to have adaptation planning done for it to help it get through future climate change impacts. We think it's appropriate to consider greenhouse gas emissions as part of the environmental review process for proposed projects. And then finally, specifically related to mining and grazing, new mining and grazing projects should be assessed for their potential to impact pika populations where they occur. And that concludes my presentation. Thanks for your attention, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that. I know that commissioners will have questions. I certainly do. But let me defer to my my colleagues first. Public comment. Do you guys have any questions before we go to public comment?
I'm fine for now, thank you.
Okay. Let me just ask one of the department. I know Director Bonham wants to weigh in on this, but you know, this petition, it seems to me, raises an interesting question, regardless of the decision we make on this petition, and that is, what is the appropriate policy response to species that are threatened or may be threatened by climate change due to habitat loss and related factors? And you've addressed some of that in your presentation. Whether or not the Endangered Species Act is an appropriate or useful tool to address the impact of climate change on some of these species is an interesting question. As you know, California is in the forefront of, probably done more than any other state or maybe even the feds, to deal with the impact of climate change on the environment. We're creating a market for carbon. We are requiring all state agencies to develop climate adaptation plans and so forth. So it's difficult to see how California could do more. But here's my specific question based on your presentation. let's say the climate modeling is correct and the scenario comes to pass and this animal has a restricted, its range contracts. Does the department envision taking, crisis intervention measures like moving animals to places in which you think the climate, that are going to be important habitat no matter what the climate scenario happens to be?
President Sutton, let me first deal with audio visual here and make sure. Can you hear me all right? I do have some remarks I'd like to add to Mr. Osborne's for a complete kind of perspective from the department. But as to your more general question, I think our department as a whole wakes up each morning both worried about and challenged by the impact of a warming climate to the 6,400 something species in the state. And as a policy matter, are beginning to explore efforts that may relate to translocation. And in some respects have already allowed us to attempt reintroducing species to previously extirpated areas, for example, Pacific fisher. So it may be the case for our department in the future, managing the impacts to species will require us to view our strategies as an all of the above type approach as we go through these uncharted territories. But depending on your preference, there are some other thoughts I'd like to add relative to the PICA discussion, which I'm glad to do after public comment or whenever you see most fit.
All right. Thank you, Director Bonham. That's very helpful, and I look forward to your comments. Let's go ahead and take public comment and then come back to this.
We have no public comment.
Well then, Director Bonham, I guess you're on.
Okay, so I had anticipated substantial public comment, and a reason is the cute, fuzzy nature of the pika, and an additional reason is the importance of climate change impacts to our species in this state and a large portion of our wildlife advocates who are focused on how to deal with those. So I want to walk you through a couple of perspectives. Let me start by just saying our department, this administration, we accept climate change and we're leading by example. We are not in denial. And I would point to page 4 of our review, and I quote, "Human-caused climate change is a scientifically accepted fact, and projected climate change is recognized as a significant threat to the natural resources of California," period. And we're actually doing things about it. For our department and your commission, we're mostly involved in adaptation, which means how are we managing the impacts, and less about mitigation. So on the adaptation front, we've helped create the first ever national fish, wildlife, and plant climate adaptation strategy. We're a leading contributor to our state's adaptation strategy. We're currently updating our own state wildlife plan because the previous version wasn't adequately positioned to reflect the impacts we anticipate on climate warming. We know that a lot of the work we can do is our own internal knowledge, so we've launched, and we're 10 months into the first ever climate college at the department, which has brought together our scientists, asked federal and other entity scientists to be engaged in a symposium across 10 months that brings in national leaders to talk about the issues. We, at an adaptation level, are busy trying to protect our last best refugia. In many ways, we do that through acquisition of the Wildlife Conservation Board on a real estate front. We're busy exploring ideas like how do you reconnect refugia so you ensure diversity and transfer of the DNA necessary to adapt. Fish are a great example. It's possible we may need to introduce fish above really large rim dams in order to get them back into their historic habitat. Or, relevant to here, We're on the campus of UCLA. I hope over the next 2 days we have the next generation of conservationists come and participate in today's meeting. We have steelhead come back in LA County, San Diego County. They're some of the hardiest fish on the planet in one of the most highly urbanized places on the planet. And ensuring their genetic toughness exists in the genetic pool is an adaptation strategy. We're engaged in landscape conservation cooperatives, statewide, Bay Area, San Diego consortiums, and success is possible. You helped lead and then launch one of the most impressive marine networks off the coastline. That's an adaptation strategy in part. So what I'm getting ready next to say about pika, in my view, cannot be pigeonholed as a recommendation to not list pika being a refusist position on understanding climate change or a denial of the impacts. They're different in my view. So this is the first listing decision I had to deal with. It's disappointing to me that Scott's slides show a petition starting in 2007, and whatever the math is on that, we're still dealing with it. My hope going forward is we won't have similar drawn-out processes. And I made a decision in October of 2011 to make a recommendation that you do move this species to candidacy, because in our view, the candidacy threshold is about whether there might be sufficient information from a reasonable person perspective that the action may be warranted. And we did. And we've actually seen the last year play out as it should. That allows our scientists over the next year to take a look at all the information, try to come back to you in an objective way, literally objectively calling the balls and the strikes. And I think that's what our status review has done. So I think what you'll find in the status review is evidence in sometimes contradictory ways. But we know, and we've told you, that based on projections of future habitat suitability for this species, we consider the future impacts of projected climate change to be a potentially serious threat by the end of the century. Okay? But we've also told you in the report that as of today, it looks to us that the population's stable. I mean, it's got relatively high numbers. So as of today, we also believe that its range looks okay. It's widely distributed. And the element of a widely distributed presence and high population numbers may translate into a reservoir of adaptive capability that we don't understand yet in the face of a warming climate. So when you get down to the heart of this, it's about potential threat of climate change in the future based on predictive models. The models, quite candidly, they could be right, they could be wrong. And I think you should understand that the models are actually a coupling of two series of models. I mean, the first modeling, as I understand, has to be about modeling based on forecast of climate. So you're trying to forecast out a change of climate, and then that model's coupled with the next round of models, which are about taking the output of the climate work and then projecting effects into things like habitat suitability. So you have layers of models. And I would point you to the record in the report at A5-9, where one of our expert reviewers told us we've got to keep into clear focus that climate, vegetation, and wildlife projections for the future do not have the capacity yet to incorporate micro and mesoclimatic processes. So there is a measure of uncertainty in our modeling work. And with that, I would tell you at a policy level, the word foreseeability, the word likely, and the word future do come into play. And from where I sit, we should be viewing those words less about trying to pick an arbitrary timeline, if in 50 years, or if in 30 years, or if in 99 years, And foreseeability and likelihood should be more about the reliability we have in those predictive tools. The more reliable, the more certain, the more foreseeable then the projected impact. So I think foreseeability is less about an arbitrary timeline and more about reliability, the reasonableness of the action and the analytical tools. So the way I think about foreseeability is that a department like ours and a commission like yours needs to have a discretion, an amount of management discretion to take these things on case by case, species by species. We've got to accept and manage population trend information, threats and impacts, and then we've got to actually determine the extent to which we can reasonably rely on the analytical tools, like the models, without engaging in speculation. So that brings me to the conclusion of the petition. Then our status review. I think on one hand we're telling you we agree it may potentially be a threat at the end of the century. But we're also concluding as of today, we don't have that comfort and that certainty to make the recommendation to list right now. My hope is, and this is where I do feel a little frustrated with the act itself, in a blank slate, I could foresee some sort of much greater scientific focus and monitoring effort on a phased time interval to understand whether our tools are actually predicting accurately or not, and remain open to the idea that if they turn out to be predicting well, let's be ahead of the curve and reconsider listing. But as of today, our recommendation is to not list for many of those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bonham, for that really comprehensive explanation. I'll just note that the fact that we've been considering this petition since 2007 is not a reflection on or the fault of either the department or this commission entirely, but a lot of other factors that went into that. I know that my fellow commissioners will have questions. I just want to pose one to you, Director Bonham, and that is, maybe I should just, this is my hypothesis. Let me see if you agree with this. It seems to me that the California Endangered Species Act, or the Federal Endangered Species Act for that matter, is better suited perhaps to dealing with proximate threats to species like overfishing or logging or mining than, and may not be a very powerful tool to deal with more ultimate threats such as changing climate and so forth. I guess the challenge that you've identified for us is to find the appropriate tool to deal with these ultimate threats like climate change, which require us to think outside the box on how we're going to protect these species and their habitats. And I don't think anybody's got the answer yet, but it does seem to me California's in the vanguard of figuring it out.
Well, I agree with your assertion. We are in the vanguard of figuring it out. Too much is at stake not to be at the front line. My personal view is that we may find a future moment where it is, in our judgment, appropriate to list because of the threat of climate change. But that, in my view, comes back to the emerging policy and discussion around the words foreseeable, future, and likely. I will say that I've been thinking about it a lot. There's a fair amount of writing and discussion going on about the act at the federal level and the state level. Just on the federal front, it's been around since the 70s. I don't think the authors of either the state or federal acts knew then in 2013 we'd be trying to sort through these issues through the lens of listing or not listing. They just didn't. And generally speaking, these two acts are about immediate change, which is to say a project or an endeavor may immediately risk or jeopardize the existence, and you're affecting change on a proposed project through this act or these acts. And we're in a different world now, and I think to be honest about it, we're trying to do our best objectively, looking at all the science when often it's conflicting, and deal with some policy implications that have not emerged before.
Commissioners, questions for the department or about the presentation? Commissioner Rogers.
No, I have no questions. I just thank Director Bonham for that rather erudite description of a very complicated policy discussion, which is in a state of evolution. I mean, it's very clear that in our discussions with academics and with policymakers that this is going to be an emerging area of great importance for the state of California. I mean the area of what to do with these long-term threats that appear. I agree entirely that our laws, the laws under which we currently operate, did not envision that type of threat. They were not designed to protect against that kind of threat. They were designed to protect against proximate threats, threats that exist currently, a now threat, where you can detect that there has been an extirpation in the sense of the viability of the animal now. I mean, right now, the population of the pika is high, it's stable, and it's widely distributed, to quote the department. How the pika would react in the future to what we all believe in this world to be an absolute threat, which is climate change, I'm not a denier either, remains to be seen. We don't know how adaptive the pika is going to become. The moment we detect, I believe, a lack of the ability of the pika to adapt to that, where we actually do have a difficulty with their population numbers, the stability of the population, or the distribution of the population, then I believe it is appropriate for this department and this commission to take action. I do not say this lightly. We are known to being highly sensitive to the public trust resources of the state of California, and it would appear that what I'm about to say, which is I am in support of the denial of the petition, to be a statement that I'm somehow denying that climate change is going to change things. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that I do not believe that our laws are currently constructed to address that. Our laws tell us and point us towards to the watching out for various animals and plants and birds that are where the population is not high, is not stable, and is not widely distributed. That is not the case here, and so it is, in my opinion, I believe that the department is correct that this petition should be denied.
I'll just point out, Commissioners, that the department director is a lawyer and therefore erudite by definition.
Said by a lawyer.
That's a scary part. Well, probably other than MPAs, I don't know of any other species that's had more discussion and thought on this commission than this American pika. And a lot of that discussion and thought because of the process that this whole decision-making process has gone through and been challenged and unchallenged, and in my opinion, I think a lot of our past discussions have been somewhat emotion-driven at times. Because of the consequences of how we ended up where we're at today. But that being said, I want to commend the department. not only for bringing back a recommendation you brought back, but the entire study process. It's really improved since the first time that this species came before this commission, and it's given us a lot more of a dynamic of what's the metapopulation dynamic of this species. I told these guys when we were driving over here that because we're meeting at this facility, we should come out of here a lot smarter, and that's my smart part of this whole deal, is metapopulation dynamics. But I agree, and Chuck, you said it way better than I can, that we may not know the effect on certain species that climate change and so forth have on the habitat and the species themselves. But we need to change our way of thinking on how we determine to list these species when it comes to taking in those parts into consideration. So. Other than that, I got an eye-opener throughout this particular species, more so than any other species that we've had to discuss before this commission, and I appreciate the extra effort. And whatever decision we make today, there's nobody can challenge the fact that it wasn't vetted in its entirety this go around. So,
thank you, commissioners. I also want to recognize the department for not just developing a recommendation on the petition, but actually going beyond that to think about what can be done, even in the absence of a listing, to monitor the species and deal with the potential impact of climate change on species like this. Before we consider the petition or our motion on this issue, I think it would be wise for me to read into the record a paragraph from the department's recommendation, department's status review, just to be crystal clear the information on which we're basing our action. So let me do that. And I quote, "The department finds that the projected human-caused climate change as currently predicted based on climatic models and models of the future extent of habitat indicate there may be a reduction in the amount of suitable habitat for the American pika in California by the end of this century. However, the best scientific information currently available indicates that it is not in serious danger in the next few decades of becoming extinct throughout all or a significant portion of the species range in the state, nor by the end of the century should the existing climate change models and projected trajectory of suitable pika habitat come to fruition," unquote. And that is the conclusion that I'll be basing my vote on, at least. So without further discussion, can we have the petition? Or Commissioner Rogers, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, actually, what I wanted to do was, in light of your having a sum up like that, we were all talking quite a bit about how we felt about Director Bonham's remarks and about the research that had been done to get us to this point. And I have a sort of a one-sentence sum up of my position, which I will admit I rambled on a bit about. And that is that there is not sufficient reliable scientific information to determine at this time that the listing of the pika is warranted. That's what I meant by all of that.
Can we have the proposed motion, Sankey?
Yes, Mr. President. I have a suggested motion. The Fish and Game Commission hereby finds that based on the information contained in the petition and the status report provided by the Department of Fish and Wildlife, that listing pika at this point as a threatened species is not warranted.
I so move.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. And as a note, we will be coming back to you in a future meeting to adopt your formal findings. And with that, we can move to agenda item number 4, discussion of proposed changes to abalone regulations pursuant to Abalone Recovery and Management Plan. And we have a department presentation that will give you some updates on that, and you are scheduled at this point to consider adoption of these regulations at your June meeting. And with that, we have speakers. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Executive Director Sankey. Good morning, President Sutton, Commissioners. My name is Ian Taniguchi. I am with the Marine Region with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And we are here today on this discussion hearing to go over the proposed regulation changes for the Northern California abalone fishery. If you recall from the past several meetings, we have come to you with providing you the background and the reasons for this regulatory package. And specifically that we have reached several management action criteria within the Abalone Recovery and Management Plan. And those are a site closure for Fort Ross area, as well as the reduction of the fishery by 25%. And so the purpose of this presentation today is to go over the proposed regulation changes to address those management actions. And if I could get the presentation up. Thank you.
Is that on here too?
No. So to what I would like to cover in this presentation are these 5 points. First, I'll go over the proposed site closure for Fort Ross. Fort Ross, as you probably all know, is a very important or very highly used site along the Sonoma County coast. It was a high liner site in the fishery, for the entire fishery, for a long time until recently. Next, I will go over the proposed regulatory options for addressing the 25% reduction to the fishery. And along with that, I'll provide the estimated percent reductions for each of the options for your consideration in choosing regulations. Next, I would like to go over the department's recommendation for moving forward on this regulatory package. And lastly, I'd like to provide just an update on our next steps for the ARMP, which is we've mentioned in the past we are committed to going through a revision or review of the ARMP and eventual revision of the ARMP. And that first step is a scientific review of our density approach. So I'll give you a little information on where we stand on that. So first, the proposal for the Fort Ross closure. We have, as you can see, we have added your recommendation to put in a sunset provision. So you will have the option to pick a duration of the closure from 2 to 6 years. You also have an alternative to not pick a time period for that closure as well. What we like to have you consider in your decision, and the decision is between 2 to 6 years, so you can pick a time frame for that within that time period. What we like you to consider in your decision is that probably the earliest time we could assess the effectiveness of the closure is spring of 2017. And this is based on the implementation of the closure next year in 2014 and our scheduled next density survey for Fort Ross, which is in the 2016 data cycle. We also like you to consider that during this time frame, we'll be going through the process for revising the ARMP, or Abalone Recovery and Management Plan. And hopefully within that revision of the ARMP, the criteria for opening up a closed site may change, and so that may need to consider that in the revised ARMP. So that covers the Fort Ross closure proposal. I'll move on next to the 5 options which we'll have to address the reduction of the fishery by 25%. And the best way to do that is to quickly go over a review of the harvest guideline. This is harvest guideline, if you remember this figure from last presentation, last meeting, is the way we would measure the reduction in the fishery. if you can look at this figure, you see the fine dotted line in the middle of the graph. That is the current harvest guideline. And that's based on an average of the last 5 years of estimated abalone take. And that's hovering right around 260,000 abalone per year take. What we like to do as our new target is to reduce the harvest guideline to a target of 198,000 abalone per year. And we would do this through the current regulation change package that you have in front of you. So these are the 5 proposed options for regulation changes. Just to point out here, these 5 options are meant to be for you to have the flexibility to pick and choose, or if you want to pick one, that's fine, or you can pick a combination of these options to be able to get your goal of reducing the fishery by 25%. And I'll go through each one of these in the following slides in a little more detail. But just to give you the overall bird's eye view, option 1 is the early morning closure, and we expect an estimated reduction in the fishery by 23%, up to 23%. Option 2 is the reduced bag limit, which we expect a 29% reduction. Option 3 is season closure, and here we are offering you a variety of sub-options to pick and choose to reduce the season, and that range of reduction is between 12 and 28%. Option 4 is reduction of the annual limit, and again we're offering you sub-options to pick and choose from, with a range of 8 to 36% reduction, depending on which one you may want to go with if you decide to go that route. Option 5 is a more specific reduction in the annual limit by area or by county. And here we are specifically trying to focus on reducing the catch in Sonoma and Marin County, where if you recall from our past presentations, most of the reduction is happening because of decline in densities in Sonoma County. Another important thing to consider in your decision on these options is the estimated fishery reductions that we provide to you. The estimates are generated using report card data, which in effect is a reflection of the past fishing behavior. What this means is that past fishing behavior may not be a good predictor for future fishing behavior for 2 of the options, options 1 and option 3. And this is because those 2 options are seeking to adjust the closure of either the daily fishing hours or the season. And we cannot predict how fishing behavior in the future may change to adjust to any changes to those regulations if you go this option. So we just want to point out here that any estimates for these 2 options, as far as reduction estimates, are biased on the high side, because we do expect some changes in fishing behavior. On the other hand, past fishing behavior may be a good predictor for future fishing for the other 3 options, option 2, 4, and 5. And this is because those options are prescribing, recommending a more definitive reduction in the number take of abalone, either through the bag limit or the annual limit. So those 2 factors, please keep in mind when you go to discuss the options and come to a decision. So with that, the first option is, again, the early morning closure. Current regulations stipulate that fishing starts at 1/2 hour before sunrise. In this option, we're giving you the ability to choose an hour, a time frame between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. to start the daily fishing day. If you went with option 1A, which is starting fishing at 8 a.m., we would expect an estimated reduction of 23%. That's based, again, on the report cards. Option 1B, if you went with the 7 a.m. Closure, we only expect a 5% reduction. So if you went with that, you would have to consider maybe adding this in combination with another option to try to make up your 25% reduction goal. It's also important to know that this option was the most preferred option in the constituent survey that we conducted earlier on this year, when we were first starting out this process to come up with this regulatory package. And again, to reiterate from the past slides, this estimated reduction may not be realized due to the changes in fishing behavior and any shifts in fishing behavior due to changes in this option, the closure. Option 2 is the reduced bag limit. And in this option, we are proposing to reduce the daily and possession bag limit from 3 abalone down to 2 abalone per day. And in possession, we estimate this to be a 29% catch reduction. And this is, again, from our constituent survey, this was the least preferred option voiced by people who filled out the survey, as well as more currently, the more recent comments we've gotten during the public notice timeframe has been against this option. Option 3 is the reducing of the fishing season. And here again, we're proposing several sub-options for you to choose from if you decide to go this route. If you look at the table here, we have provided you some scenarios of closed months and their associated percent reduction. If you pay attention to the 2 middle columns or rows of the table, closing either April or October and November, those are the estimated percent reductions is less than 25%. So if you went that route, you would have to consider adding another regulatory change to make up your 25% target. And again, this is similar to option 1. This reduction may not be realized due to the changes in fishing behavior. Option 4 is the reduced annual limit. We also, again, here are providing you sub-options for reducing the annual limit from a range of 21 down to 9 abalone per year, with this estimated reduction from 3%, which was the 21 abalone, all the way up to 36%, which is the 9 abalone per year. The top 3, if you look at this table, the top 3 annual limits, the reductions are, again, below that 25% reduction level, so you have to consider adding other regulations to reach your 25% target. And option 5 is, again, to try to reduce catch in Sonoma and Marin counties. And this option, again, we're also providing you the ability to pick a range between 21 and 3 abalone for limiting the take in Sonoma County. And the estimated reduction here is 2 to 68%. And it's important to note here, this percentage reduction is not overall for the entire fishery. This is specifically reduction for Sonoma and the Marin counties. So if you were considering reducing the limit, the number of abalone you can take in Sonoma and Marin County at 12, that's effectively an 18% reduction for Sonoma and Marin. The next slide, this gives you an example of the flexibility you have in your choosing between all these options. What you see here is a table where we have combined both option 5 and option 4, the reduction in the overall annual limit, and then splitting by option 5 between the Sonoma and Marin and the rest of the fishery. So if you were to, for example, look at sub-option C, which is reducing the annual limit to 12, if you were to split that in half between being able to get 6 abalone in all areas, that would include Sonoma and Marin, and your next 6 would be strictly you could only get in Mendocino and Northern California and north areas north. So that would cover both getting you to the 25% reduction target, as well as trying to further protect Sonoma and Marin County. Our department recommendation is to, one, to follow the prescribed management action within the ARMP, and that is to close Fort Ross to allow recovery, and also reduce the fishery by 25% to address the declines in density. We also are recommending that you focus management actions in Sonoma County to address the density issues that we were seeing there. So in summary, our proposed regulations changes do address the two management actions prescribed in the ARMP, and we are offering you 5 options that achieve the prescribed fishery reductions. Also, the department recommends following the ARMP as well as focus reduction in Sonoma County. And the last thing is to give you an update on the proposed ARMP review process. If you recall, the first part of that process is to go through a scientific review of the density approach we use in management under the ARMP. We are currently working with the Ocean Science Trust to build a framework for that scientific review of our density approach. And we are currently developing the scope of review, the roles and responsibilities of people involved in that process, as well as the entire process and the timeline. We're hoping to have findings from this scientific review by year's end. So this is still a work in progress, so to speak. All this has come together probably within the last couple of weeks with our discussions with Ocean Science Trust. And we hope to use the density findings from this review as part of the evaluation and revision of the overall ARMP. And we expect or hope to have that broader ARMP review and revision starting in next year in 2014. So to give you a little more detail of how this may unfold as far as the scientific review, Ocean Science Trust will convene a scientific advisory committee, and they'll be using the guidelines established for SAC committees, which we have developed under the department. And you can see those guidelines on our website under the Science Institute for the department. We hope to get relevant experts in the field to be able to carry out this review. We hope to have a process that will likely include in-person, both a mixture of in-person meetings as well as online workshops or WebEx meetings. We also will include the public at the appropriate times to make this a transparent process. And we want the findings to be provided to us and the public by December of this year. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell. Again, this is a work in progress, and we hope to be able to provide you more detail on this scientific review at the upcoming Marine Resources Committee meeting in June.
Great. Thank you, Ian.
Thank you, and I'm available for questions, as well as my colleague here, Dr. Laura Rogers-Bennett.
Thank you very much. I'm particularly grateful that you are following up so diligently on the suggestions that we advanced at the Marine Resources Committee regarding the estimates of density and the sort of modernizing the science by which we assess the abalone population. I know we undoubtedly have public speakers, but commissioners have any questions first?
I do. First of all, I wanted to thank Ian and Laura for their extensive work in this and their responsiveness to the questions that we had. I think you guys have done a grand job. Thank you very much for that. I have a question for you relating to the option 1A. I remember distinctly the rock picker fellows were particularly concerned about the early morning closure, because to them the lowest of tides, well, you know, what their concern was, and yet you said it was the most preferred of all of the alternatives. Could you expand on that just a bit?
Yeah, my personal feeling as far as the survey, I think probably most of the constituents who answered that survey were probably divers. That's our sort of feel of it. And that's probably because of several reasons. One, the diving community tends to be more organized and are able to get the word out more to their people. Rock pickers are definitely a larger or increasing faction of the fishery, but they tend to be less organized and more individualistic, and probably did not get as involved with the survey or even have heard about the survey in time for them to
thank you,
answer.
Ian. And that was my impression as well. And of course, those of us as resource managers have to be sensitive to the various constituencies
Correct,
that are out there. And the fact that they were not organized and were therefore probably underrepresented in the surveys is something with which we have to deal with some sensitivity. Thank you. Sure.
Thank you. Before we go to public comment, just one question for Ian. You mentioned in your presentation that some of the options may not be particularly effective because of changes in fishing behavior. Does that mean that you don't think those options are viable because changes in fishing behavior would defeat their purpose?
Not that they're not viable. We just have to have that, consider that if you go that route, that there will be some changes in fishing behavior, and so we'll be able to capture that in our continued monitoring of the fishery. And if, depending on how much that change in behavior is, we may have to come back at some later date to you with another package if we don't quite meet the harvest guideline of 25% reduction.
So with that in mind, here's one request I'd have for you. Since we're going to adopt this regulation, we're scheduled to adopt this next month, we need a more specific recommendation from you. This is all very interesting and confusing to me, these various complex options you put on the table. And it would be useful, at least to me, to have a more specific department recommendation than you have here. So if you could come back to us next month with what among these various options you would suggest that we adopt, that would be really useful.
If I may support President Sutton's request, I agree with that, Ian and Laura. I think that it would be particularly good if you were to do something like that. I think the director's about to weigh in. But what I'd also love to see during that discussion that we have in June, there probably, your cautionary notes with respect to fishing behavior changes having some effect on some of these probably means that you've thought out what some of these changes might be more or less affected by those behaviors. And in your recommendations to us, or your discussions, if you can't recommend, you don't feel you can, in June, those that are more highly susceptible to fishing adaptations and changes, I think would be a good idea for us to know about.
President Sutton, just to make sure I understand the request. So are you requesting that between now and June, our department come back with a preferred recommendation where there may be two sub-options on any given point we've discussed and debated? I mean, you're asking for a clear recommendation that presents no choice between sub-options.
I think that would be useful. We have 5 different options on the table, all aimed at achieving the overall goal of reducing the catch by 25%. I want to hear what specific mix of those options the department would like to see to get there, because I don't personally think that we're qualified to,
I feel the same way as the President does, and my sense of it here, specifically to this issue, Ian, is that you guys are very close to this fishery, perhaps too close, and sorry for that. And my sense of this is that the recommendations that we would have would involve your intimacy not only with all of our report card procedures and everything, but also all of our enforcement issues as well, and your sensitivity to these sites in specific. And you would have a fine sensitivity as to which ones would be the best way to do this. Yes, you presented us with a significant number of alternatives, but I'll bet you know which ones are probably the most successful if put together.
I can address that. If we go to slide 6, go back to that slide, it really speaks to what your concerns are in terms of the different sectors of the fishery, the rock picking sectors versus the diving sectors, as well as our abilities to project what those different management actions will have on the fishery. And so we would really not be promoting options 1 and 3 as much, because they are going to be very susceptible to, if you close the early morning, start fishing at 8 a.m., we can see that people will take those same numbers of abalone after 8 a.m., and you may have very little reduction in the fishery. The same issue holds for option 3, which is the season closure. Right now, we have a lot of fishing happening in April. If you don't open the fishery in April and keep the fishery closed, we know that that fishing effort will shift to other months. So those two options, the estimates for those two options are really not what we expect to have happen.
Thank
so
you.
that's going to be an issue for you all.
No, this is exactly what I meant in my comments. So I appreciate that, and we will rely on your recommendation of a mix of these options that will achieve the desired management objective. I take your point about the 8 a.m. closure. It probably doesn't mean that Sankey will take less abalone or fewer. It just means he'll have another cup of coffee before he goes to work out there. So,
well, being a diver, I'm not sure he's going to be picking.
I don't think it's civil to get in the water before 9 anyways. All right, I think we'll take our public speakers now. Sherry, can you cue them up?
Before we do that, I want to welcome Commissioner Jack Bayless from Los Angeles to the meeting, and reiterate our thanks earlier to Jack for arranging this venue at UCLA and for his efforts to bring the commission closer into collaboration with the UCLA Institute for Environment and Sustainability. And we're going to hear more about the Institute's work tomorrow. So thanks, Jack.
We have 6 speakers: Harold Hugazian, Reginald Elgin, Milo Vukovic, who has 1 card seated, Paul Weekland, Volker Hohn, and Greg Helms.
My name is Harold Hugazian. I live in San Francisco and started out as a rock picker, and I'm hybridizing into a diver because my mentor, who was a rock picker, passed away a few years ago. I wanted to make a couple brief comments about process. I'm gratified to hear that there are half a dozen speakers on abalone, because the last time you folks, or the commission, that is to say, sought to change the regulation, you had the meeting in Long Beach, and I was the only ab diver there. And I think it's disingenuous, or at least not altogether sensitive, to have meetings like this far from the abalone region. I think having a Fish and Game Commission meeting in Fort Ross or Mendocino on a low tide day, you'd get a lot more abalone people speaking. Also, with respect to the notice, one could infer from the notice I got in the mail that this meeting started at 8:30 in the morning. And this agenda was, I saw this agenda this morning after having spent 2 hours on freeways here, and I was pleased to see that I wasn't late for the meeting, but I might have been. But if I'd known originally when I got the notice that it was at 10 a.m., I might not have had to fly down and spend the night here to be able to be here for the meeting. The take figures that you have are based upon abalone report cards. I think it would be inappropriate to have these discussions without talking about poachers and the amount of take that they represent, and how really the ab divers may be not really the problem. I think we need more enforcement. I think we should, I like the idea that we finally have cards that people have to turn in, or else they don't get another card. That was something that didn't occur with the first cards. I do believe, though, with the cards, if you can keep track of us as who's turned in our cards or who hasn't, I know last year I didn't get to dive at all because my card got misplaced in my place of business and I couldn't get a duplicate card. So I know you keep really good track of that. So if someone's going to get a card, then you should be able to contact them and get their input on things like what's happening today. The time, 8 a.m., the April and November, I think if you take away 3 months, I think it'd be ridiculous. I agree with Fort Ross. I think, though, when it comes to that, we should talk about San Mateo County and the closure that was supposed to have some sort of a resolution. At least I'm not aware of there ever having been a resolution as to the temporary closure of San Mateo County and whether it should come back or not. I think it'd be something to consider to maybe put some sort of a special tag in that we could take something in San Mateo County and maybe, you know, charge a fee for these tags and put it toward enforcement measures. I do think the technology exists nowadays that we could have a number of cameras that might be mounted and survey our coast and have a better chance of catching some of these poachers, because again, I believe poachers are the real problem we have. Catch these poachers with less boots on the ground and more eyes on screens. I thought we had 10 minutes, but we had
No,
3.
you have 3. Please wrap up.
Okay, well, I think just as when in Long Beach the commission was deciding to go from a limit of 4 and to 2, and I cajoled them into 3, I do think lowering the bag limit is going to really make it a futile effort for many people, or most difficult effort to go, in my case, from San Francisco to Mendocino for 2 abs. And if you lower the annual take limit, it might be a better way of doing it, because if you lower it to 2, it's going to make it really burdensome for people who have to travel, 2-3 hours in one direction. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
To the State of California, game commissioners, and to all interested and affected parties, my name is Reginald Elgin. I'm a full-blood Pomo Indian from the Dry Creek Band of Pomo Indians. We are part of the largest American Indian tribe in California. We have never been terminated and are among the oldest tribes in the nation. I bring you greetings from our chairman, Harvey Hopkins, and the board of directors. Over the years, we have been described as the most isolated and deprived minority group in the United States of America. The first Americans, the American Indian tribes, on virtually every scale of measurement, employment, income, education, health, the condition of our people ranks at the bottom. This condition is a result of centuries of injustice. From the time of our first contact with the European settlers, the American Indians have been oppressed and brutalized, deprived of our ancestral lands, and denied the opportunity to control our own destiny. Even the federal programs which were intended to meet our needs have frequently proven to be ineffective and demeaning. The story of American Indian is something more than the record of the white man's frequent aggression, broken agreements, intermittent remorse, and prolonged failure. It is also a record of endurance, of survival, of adaptation and creativity in the face of overwhelming obstacles. It is a culture of enormous contributions to this country, to its art and culture, to its strength and spirit, to a sense of history and its sense of purpose. Over the years, we have been encouraged to think out of the box and let the officials know what we were planning for the Dry Creek Rancheria. We have visited with our congressional delegation in Washington and our state officials in Sacramento. We didn't ask for pity or understanding. We went ahead and exercised our self-determination and found out what we needed to do to begin the process. Our tribal chairman led the way in working with the politicians of local, state, and federal governments. Our hopes and dreams of reclaiming some of our ancestral land, now known as Warm Springs Dam, came to pass. We got our land back. We began with 27 acres and built a brush arbor. The enormous planning and hard work is documented. The dedication and effort by the workers is a monument to our tribal grit and determination. This began with the delivery of redwood logs that were cut down for highway widening on Highway 101 near Highway 116 to the Warm Springs Dam site. We are now able to practice and express our own tribal beliefs on our own piece of ancestral land. This is of critical importance to Indians throughout the country. Dry Creek Rancheria Band of Pomo Indians has led the way. The Dry Creek Rancheria agrees that regulations are necessary in the protection of the red abalone. The poachers and sport fishermen have taken their toll. The problem will not go away without some enforcement of the regulations already in place. Many of the agreements made with California Indians were not kept. The right to hunt, gather, and fish, to provide traditional foods to our elders, will be proposed to be taken away. Most of the lands in California were taken away from the original inhabitants. Much of the tribal ancestral fishing areas are being closed and proposed to closing for the greater good. We have heard this term, for the greater good, too many times. A bit of history from the first Americans' point of view. 2070 BC, anthropologists and archaeologists discovered evidence of the Mihilakana, my tribe, 2.5 miles downstream from the Warm Springs Dam. The Dry Creek Pomo residency in and use of the Dry Creek Valley is not in dispute. This occupancy was disrupted after the influx of missionaries and established the mission in Sonoma in 1823. 1843, first Mexican land grant. Gold was discovered in the areas and friction developed between whites and Indians. Smallpox epidemics resulted in the deaths of much of the local Indian population. As the non-Indian population in Sonoma County increased, they became more intolerant, even the few Indians remaining in the area.
Excuse me?
1895,
You need to
we
wrap
were
up.
removed.
You need to wrap up soon. Do you have any specific recommendations for
I
the
do.
commissioners on abalone?
Thank
Could you please get to that
In the
part,
next
please?
14 seconds, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. After the lands were taken, families decimated by killing, slave labor, and disease, the Dry Creek Pomo have survived nearly 60 years of disruption. Official recognition of our band took place in 1915. We were replaced. We were taken 86,000 acres of land and created Warm Springs Dam. We were given 75 acres. And politicians and the people called it an even exchange. It wasn't. We endured. Historically, we relied on the acorn, fishing game, and plants of this region. We trekked to the Pacific Ocean for much of our food throughout the year. Ducas means abalone. Our immediate concern, the Fort Ross Index, is being proposed for closure for a period of 2 to 6 years. Some options are proposed, but closure is scary. The Pomo have been gathering abalone and seaweed for hundreds of years to feed our people. We have been blessed with good fortune only the sea can give. Ducas, abalone. Recognize that California Indians have expertise concerning cultural practices and resource management that are applicable to the protection and preservation of resources that we consider to have cultural significance. Allow 1 week or more during the season to grant an exemption to tribal members of the limit or the 2 abalone daily bag limit. And maybe give us a seat in that table when you go out to survey the interested people. Thank you for your time. Appreciate the effort that you're doing.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Milo Vukovic, President of Sonoma County Abalone Network, also known as SCAN. I want to thank Julian Lee for showing up today representing Abalone 10 divers and NorCal underwater hunters and ceding me some time. Can we put that up or no?
Hold on, Milo. You had somebody cede time to you?
Yes.
We need 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. If you look at the take and the report card sales for 2012, there were about 29,000 cards sold. If you look at 2009, you can see it was 38,000. 2010 dropped to 34,000. 2011 dropped to 31,000. 2012 down to 29,000. So from 2009, we had a 4,000 drop, then a 3,000 drop, then a 2,000 drop. So if you take the 10-year average from 2002 to 2011, divided by 10, you get about 36,000 sales per year. If you take the 29,000 divided by the 36,000, you get 80%. So we've got a 20% reduction in card sales, which equates to a 20% reduction in take in 2012 from the 10-year average of what our normal take is. So if we're trying to meet the goals of the interim management plan of the ARMP, we've taken care of 20% of it just in the drop in participation in the fishery. And that's obviously continuing in that trend. It's not jumping up and down, it's continuing down. As far as the options go, option 1, and please note that they've assigned it a 23% reduction in take. We're not supporting it because it is a 23% reduction in take, but law enforcement has been working with us on this and they're having a lot of problems with poaching cases that are being done before dawn. And judges are throwing these cases out because we don't have a specific defined time, and they don't like that variable time, a half an hour from sunset. So they're losing some of those cases. And then there's a lot of damage being done in the intertidal by rock pickers, taking quite a number of them before they find a legal one, putting them back damaged, which you know they die, being hemophiliacs. So in the past I haven't supported this, but given Commissioner Rogers' suggestion of sunsetting these things, I would like to see them all sunsetted, this whole package in 2 years, which gives us an incentive to get into the long-term management plan, which is where we need to be anyway. So for that 2-year period, we'd be willing to support option 1 at 8 a.m. With that sunset provision in it. Options 2 and 3 do nothing to deal with what the real problem in the fishery is. The real problem in the fishery is we had a significant die-off in Sonoma County. Mendocino County's fine. So to take the overall bag limit and hit it with a hammer doesn't make any sense. That's why SCAN asked for option 5 to be put in the eyesore to split the bag between the 2 counties. And we're asking you to support a take of 9 only in Sonoma County with a total overall bag of 24. That addresses the real problem where we need to put a little less pressure onto Sonoma County, and there's no significant problem in Mendocino. So it's the least amount of problem with the most amount of effect. We're also supporting the closure of Fort Ross because it was low to begin with, and it was hit probably more significantly than other areas by the die-off. So we want to see what those numbers do over the next couple of years, and we definitely like the idea of the 2-year sunset on that to be into the long-term management plan by then. So I don't know if you're planning to adopt a preferred alternative today or eliminate some of these options, but we would like to see options 2, 3, and 4 eliminated from this plan and carry forward with option 1 at 8 a.m., option 5 at 9 and 24, and closing Fort Ross with a sunset provision on the entire package of 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Commissioners, Paul Weakland. I'd like to thank the gentleman for a little history that we had about California. Oh yeah, a little history on California. How have we managed California? Well, we reduced the number of divers, we reduced the area that you can fish, we reduced the size limit, we reduced the bag limit, we reduced the season, and my goodness, the landings keep going down. Well, let's close more area. Let's reduce more bag limit. It's so ridiculous what you're doing. You are not effectively or efficiently managing the abalone resource or many of our resources. You've turned it into a business. There, Donner says he wants to make sure everything they do gets income. They benefit, profit monetarily, finances, budget, funding. That's all he cares. That's what it's all about. Your present history of managing abalone is overwhelming. It's conclusive evidence. Your management schemes are a total failure. You continually doing the same thing. What Ian over here did not say one little word about was illegal take. The poachers are having a field day. There is no bag limit, size limit, or area closures for the poachers. And we know there's lots of, what did the Fish and Game say? 280,000 abalones poached off the coast south of San Francisco in 2011? Conservative estimate. Yet, what are we going to do? Well, we punish the honest guys because they listen to us, but the other guys don't. So, we try, but we catch maybe 1 out of 10 poachers because, it's hard work. Gosh. And so we're going to revise AMP. I would like to have some guarantees and certainty. Oh, that's right. We were guaranteed and certain that these area closures, the MPAs, were going to relieve for all time any necessity of reducing more season. We were promised by Mr. Sutton that these area closures would be all that was ever needed, a panacea for the future. Remember, he says we have to think outside the box. But growing up, I was taught that Pandora opened the box in mythology. Many years before my birth, we've been thinking outside the box. Unbelievable, the contradictions, the hypocrisy that you people are allowed to permit. And I challenge the numbers that over here they are producing. How do they verify, validate their chances of mistakes? We notice that they have a new way of producing the percentage of errors of their studies. Oh, yes, it's all new. And now we're going to go through a re-evaluation of their scientific. I was around through the whole ARMP. I think if you'd look in the back of the ARMP, whose name appears the most on questions of validity of that document. There's no need to change the 2,000 abalones per 2.5-acre area in the ARMP. It is over double precautionary already. There is no justification for keeping San Francisco, San Mateo counties closed. This would alleviate any need for anything else on the North Coast because you would distribute the harvest over a more broad area. But no, that's not your scam. That's not your scheme. That's not the way that you're going to do things. Oh, no. We have made many promises
Paul,
that you won't
could you
keep.
wrap up,
One of the
please?
biggest promises made by the legislature and the Fish and Game Commission that public comment would always be number one on every agenda forevermore. You lied about that, too.
Thank you, Paul. Next speaker. Is that it?
Volker Hohen.
I think he's struggling with the door.
Greg Helms.
Greg Helms for Volker, please step up. Your time is here.
Sorry about that, Commissioners. Thanks for taking the time to take a look at the abalone populations. My name is Volker Hohen. I'm with the Watermen's Alliance. We represent spear fishermen, free divers, app divers. Okay. We're in alignment with Sonoma County Abalone Network and moving to an 8 o'clock start time. And you got two types of abalone divers, takers, right? Rock pickers and divers. Why is before 8 a.m. important? Because in the morning, there's less wind. So the conditions are better. So you're not going to realize as much pressure shift as you might think. You're not going to stay home and, I don't dive early, but you're not getting that much pressure shift, okay? Other thing is that we support a shift, splitting the limits along the Sonoma-Mendocino County line. So we're for that. And also we support the closure in Fort Ross. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, good morning. Greg Helms with Ocean Conservancy. We testified, my colleague, last time about some of the broader issues around here. And I just wanted to opine here at the discussion hearing that the ideal situation is one we're pretty close to, where management backed by science can express the conservation value we need, the management change that is needed to secure the goal, and then the folks who participate in the fishery can choose from a menu of options, make their recommendations, but that there's different ways to, see if I can make a less sort of violent sounding than I'm thinking of, different ways to get the job done, and we're inclined to support that. And it may be that the 8 a.m. start combined with the sort of county-based sub-regional limits that allow us to target in on subregions is a way to go. I would, like a couple of the commissioners have mentioned, be curious to see how a mix and match scheme may interrelate, so we can get some of the get greater confidence in the conservation outcome that we want, but leave that flexibility for those that are participating. Real reason I stood up is to say this: the ARMP. And it harkens back kind of to the recreational bass issue last year, is not quite a fishery management plan, but has a system in place, and we're seeing that system working. There's goals and objectives for the fisheries, for the performance that we want. There's metrics and indicators that tell us where we are relative to those, and then informed by that in the monitoring system. Might not be the perfect monitoring system, we'll address that later, but informed by that monitoring system, we're able to come back and make adjustments to get to our goals and objectives. That's a pretty good system. That's the core. That's a management strategy evaluation that is the fundamental piece of fishery management, and more fisheries ought to have that. And I think here's another case where we look at this situation, and we can sort of begin to see the essential features of a fishery management plan design in the future that might really focus more effectively and with more efficiency on those particular goals. I think wanted to bring that to your attention. Thanks very much.
Thank you. That the final speaker? Yes, commissioners? I would suggest, unless you have other questions or want to further discuss this, I think we're prepared to break for lunch in your executive session, and that's what I would recommend.
Thank you, Sankey. Thank you, all speakers. Let's break for lunch until, is it 1:30 reasonable? Or, yeah, let's break for lunch till 1:30. Thank you. Let's reconvene. Fish and Game Commission meeting back in session this afternoon. Welcome back to UCLA. And I believe, Sankey, we are on agenda item number 5.
That is correct. That agenda item number 5 is discussion of proposed changes to fishing activity records and commercial passenger fishing vessel logbook regulations. And I take it the department has some update to give you on this? And
yes, I've got a short PowerPoint, and I'll go ahead and cover it.
And can you identify yourself?
Mike Carrion, Law Enforcement Division Chief. So we get that up. Here we go. Okay, so I'm going to be talking about the two changes that we're proposing for Section 190 and 195 of Title 14, the commercial fishing vessel logbooks and commercial passenger fishing vessel logs. In the Section 190, the section or the portion that we're proposing to change is a clarification of when the logbook has to be filled out. The proposal is to change the language to immediately when any of the following first occurs. Prior to passengers disembarking, the time of receipt, purchase, or transfer of fish, or at the end of a calendar day. And the reason for this is the language that currently exists calls for the log to be completed at the end of a trip or at the end of each day's fishing, which made it very open-ended as to when that actually occurred, and it made it difficult for enforcement purposes. Of the changes, the one that has the most controversy associated with it is the end of a calendar day. And the reason that we are proposing the change is for consistency of all the logbooks so that they're all filled out the same way. And it provides a simplification of regulations rather than trying to address each log separately with a different type of rule or regulation. And it provides clarity for law enforcement purposes. Now, I gave an example here on the next slide that you may or may not be able to see real clear. But we got a lot of comment as to problems associated with especially a wet fish fishery, which fishes throughout the night and may be in the middle of a set at midnight. And some of the questions that came up was whether it was, how is it going to be reasonable? Do we have to fill out a complete new log? There were a lot of questions like that. So I put an example up here of a logbook page that shows that the entry can be done in multiple entries on one page. So all we'd really be asking them to do is at 2400 hours or at midnight is to put continued or draw a line through the area that you don't have all the information for yet and start at 001, the next line showing that you're continuing to fish, and then at the end of the set you could finish the rest of the log. We're just looking that every fishery would be able to have a completed logbook by midnight of that calendar day. So there's an example of a log that shows several days of entry into one page, and it also shows what it would look like if you continued past midnight and what the entries would look like. The other changes are in Section 195 for the commercial passenger fishing vessel logs. These are pretty minor in nature. The first one is to change the name of a skipper's log, which is what's in regulation right now, and appropriately title it the commercial passenger fishing vessel log. So it's just clarification of the actual title. The next thing is to add an area where if a person did not fish for an entire month, that they would record that there was no fishing activity occurring in the month of, and they would just fill that out so that we would know that there was purposely no data entered for that month. And this last portion here is that the log entry has to be filled out for all trips, including when you have paying or non-paying customers. Some of the commercial passenger fishing vessels would occasionally take friends or family out and not have paying customers on the boat, and they have different sets of rules or regulations than when you have paying customers. So in order to make it clear, we have an entry here where the person could indicate whether or not there were paying customers or non-paying customers on the vessel that day. And basically the last of the changes are highlighted here in yellow. It has an entry for whether or not descending gear was used, and that's just to regularly able to control that information so that we know how many people are actually using descending gear while they're fishing. It's just an added piece of information that would be useful biologically. And there were two areas, one under the target species and one under fishing methods, that actually had under target species some locations that were listed that were not species at all. And for cleanup, we took those off and just have an other box. And same thing with the fishing types. The method being used, some of the information that was on the old form, again, had locations rather than a type of fishing method. So we removed those and just put an other block to cover anything that was not specifically listed. And those are the summary of the changes.
Thank you, Mike. Your mention of descending gear reminded me to reiterate the Commission's desire to make that use mandatory, at least on commercial passenger fishing vessels. We have the technology. We know it saves a lot of fish. There's no reason we shouldn't be using it. So, Dr. Schuman, if you would take note of that in your new role, we would love to see in the next marine package a proposal that vessels be required to use descending gear when they're fishing rockfish, especially, obviously, rockfish. We'll discuss it, but that's something that I've been meaning to bring up. Other questions for Mike?
We have two public speakers.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Joe Exline and Bob Bertinelli.
Hello, I'm Joe Exline, and I have a presentation. I'm sorry I didn't provide you with printed copies of it. It's a very short presentation. And I'm going to point out a couple things that I think may need to be reworded or rethought with this regulation. And I won't mind if you turn around to look at the thing. Basically, the proposed changes, next slide. here's the proposed changes. And as you noticed, I actually highlighted the word completed. And this is where I find problem with this. And when I first initially called to find out what the definition of this was, and I asked the question, if I fish from 10 till midnight and midnight to 2, do I have to have 2 separate completed logbooks? And I was given the information, yes, at that time, because that was the interpretation of the person I was speaking to. Next slide. And if you look at the definition of completed, it says having all parts or elements lacking nothing, whole, entire, full, complete. You know, complete set is done, finished, ended, concluded. That's the definition of complete. Next slide. And then, oops, yeah. And then my concerns were people that leave right after dark, the live bait fishery, the squid fishery, the wetfish fishery. You know, Diane also wrote a letter stating her concerns about completed logbooks. Some information on some of the logbooks, like the lobster logbook. There's a fishing ticket that's required on the logbook of who you sold your fish to, and you know, completed means, you know, I'd have to have that information when I completed my logbook entry, if you go by the strict definition of completed. And some of the small vessels in the lobster fishery in particular don't have protection from the elements, so they might have to fill out a paper logbook in the rain, which might be a difficulty before leaving their vessel. Next slide. And my suggestion is just simply to modify the language to show the intent, which is basically that entries must be made in the logbook, or that there must be something recorded in the logbook, or entries made for the fishing activities rather than completed. And then possibly a different language of when the logbook may be finalized. In other words, after you've got your fish ticket, then you finalize your logbook entry. And then, you know, I just heard you don't really want to have different language for different groups, but that's another suggestion as far as, you know, the language. Next. And then another thing I'll speak out here, I noticed that some of the forms being recognized here are paper forms, and most of the language in the logbook says a form provided by the department, which right now means paper. And in the future, you know, there may be electronic submissions, so at some point you may have to define what a form provided by the department is to include electronic submissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
President Sutton, Commissioners, my name is Bob Bertelli. I'm the current chairman of the California Sea Urchin Commission. And as some of you probably are aware, we've been very diligent over the years of promoting good record keeping and science and gathering good solid data. But I have a couple of issues with what's being proposed here today. First of all, the way it was presented to us, all the emphasis has been on the passenger vessel fleet, and it actually slipped by us that this was going to affect us also. And one of the areas that, this is my dive logbook, okay? It encompasses all the dive fisheries. It has a lot of different things in it than what, you know, a typical charter boat would have, or a lobster fisherman or something like that. But one of the things, if you go to the first page in here, it says do not get wet. So we have to keep these things in the cabin, and we try to get out of our wet, smelly clothes before we fill these things out. One of the provisions in here is that no one will be able to get off the boat until one of those 3 criteria are met. Well, one of the things that we could do is we could estimate our weight. On multi-day trips, we estimate our weight, but then we put in the final weight right at the end when we get it weighed, so that the catch per unit measurement that is very important to the scientists here is accurate. And what we're concerned about, and what I personally am concerned about, is that especially with sea urchins, not so much with sea cucumbers, we can get pretty accurate on the weight with those because you can weigh them in 5-gallon buckets with a little hand scale. But with the sea urchins, you can't do that. You get sea urchins that have short spines, they pack down more, they're going to weigh quite a bit more in the same volume bag as a sea urchin that has longer spines, and that's just different habitat area that we dive in. So we could be well outside the 10% estimate limit that is by law we're supposed to maintain. And I want to remind you that failure to keep this record correctly is a misdemeanor. It's a required court appearance. It's not like you get a little, little citation for having a broken windshield or something. So we need to keep that in mind as we move forward with this. But my biggest concern is that if we're waiting to unload, and I know Commissioner Rogers has seen the boats unload in Santa Barbara, and sometimes you pull in, you might wait 3 hours to unload. The guys are prisoners on the boat at that point. Or if I'm working by myself, I might tie the boat up. I know that my truck isn't going to be there for a couple hours. I may run across the bridge and get a part for my boat that I need. You know? Now, I know that most of the wardens that I've dealt with are pretty reasonable guys, and if you have a pretty reasonable excuse why you weren't exactly following the rules, you might catch a break. But I think we can construct this language a little better to where it does not become an arbitrary, on-spot decision. I was going to try to get done a little quicker, but I've been known to be a little long-winded. Thank you very much.
Right.
Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
That was the final speaker?
Yes, it was.
All right, commissioners, you've heard several recommendations. Do you have any thoughts on that? Otherwise, the package.
I have a question,
Mr. Rogers.
Mike. How do you respond to both Joe and Mike's commentary?
I see what they're saying. The completed part seems to be what is causing the problem. And when I ran it through all the assistant chiefs that involved and through the regional manager for the Marine region, the completed needed to be clarified. That's why I put an example of what we were talking about. Completed is all available information at the time, so that we make sure that we have everything filled out that could be filled out before the person left. However, it doesn't say that. It does say completed. Yeah. So I think if we clarified that with all available information, that may just solve the problem for everybody, because you wouldn't have to wait until you were able to weigh the fish. That makes sense to me. I can see that.
Yeah, it makes sense to me too, but if it doesn't make sense to you, it doesn't make sense to me.
No, that's good. I think that would clarify it and probably solve both the issues.
Okay, because to me they raise very good issues.
Thank you, Mr. Kellogg. Thank you, Sankey. Thanks everybody for commenting on that. This is the notice hearing. Well, it's the discussion hearing. So we'll
correct.
Look at this next month.
As a procedural word of warning, we will work with department staff on the change. If it meets a standard of a significant change, it would require a 15-day renotice, which cannot occur until after the 45-day public comment period closes. So it may cause a delay in your adoption, just as fair warning, but we'll work on seeing if we have to do that or not. With that, item number 6 is request for authorization to publish notice of commission intent to amend upland game bird stamp regulations. I understand the good Deputy Director, Mr. Perigary, has a few words to say about this proposal.
Yes, I have a short PowerPoint. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dan Perigary with Wildlife and Fish Division. As you know, this is a routine rulemaking that we come to you with annually to make a few changes with upland game. There's also a section here, 313, and we do the same thing in section 510 in the waterfowl section. And if I could, I'll mention it here and just remember that it's the same thing applies to both of them. So we have a series of proposals here. One is an annual change. As you know, your rules last year set specific tag numbers for sage grouse, and at this point we're recommending adjusting those to a range until we get data. We have a proposal that we believe will get through the Fish and Wildlife Service to increase possession limits on migratory birds. So we're going to do the same thing for consistency for some of our resident species. We had a proposal from the public on an earlier archery season for pheasants, and we will talk about that in a little bit of detail. And then also a proposal to try a year-round season for Eurasian collared doves in Imperial County only. Section 313, which is similar to Section 510, the existing regulations call for the hunter to possess a stamp. And now that we've gone to ALDS, we need to change the word to validation. So it's just a small cleanup. It occurs in 2 sections. So we won't really talk about that anymore. If you remember last year, obviously unless you have questions, last year as a result of the Rush Fire, second largest fire, I believe, in California's history, we came to you late in the process and asked to set a 0 quota for sage grouse in the Lassen zone. That, of course, is the existing reg unless we change it. And, of course, that's why we're recommending these ranges of permit, 0 to 100. in the mono zone, where those are all 1 bird permits, 0 to 50 in the Lassen zones, 2 bird permits. Right now, folks are out in the field collecting data during the spring let count. We expect to have those by June, which is a little earlier than we did last year, and we'll be bringing some proposed final permit quotas for you next month.
If I could just interrupt, Dan, on the sage grouse, in the burned areas where we did the emergency rule last year, is this a species that can bounce back in burned areas relatively quickly?
No.
Okay.
No. So we'll actually have some data to inform this discussion by next month. On the possession limit thing, this has been rattling around at the federal level for a number of years, and it looks like the service is getting close. We are dependent on them to decide that next month as well. So for us, our migratory upland species are doves, band-tailed pigeons, and common snipe. For consistency, what we're recommending is that we go to triple daily bag limit for possession limit for resident species for which there aren't tags or season quotas. So that's why you won't see turkeys there and sage grouse, for example. So our regs will be a little more consistent across the board if we do that. This early season archery hunt, I believe you'll get some testimony on this. We had a proposal last year which we considered internally, and the initial statement that's in your binder now recommends only a 9-day season prior to the general season with 2 male pheasants only. This gives us a break between the archery season and the general season, which normally opens in second Saturday in November. And our proposal would maintain the late archery-only hunt. What we know, of course, is that not many people can afford to shoot $20 arrows in the air at not many targets. So in almost no case is this a resource impact per se, but our proposal is kind of conscious or responsive to the effect of those few people out tromping the woods before the general opener, which is much more popular, of course. In the initial statement that's in your package, there was this alternative, which was a 23-day season with only a 5-day break, with eliminating the late archery season, maintaining the same bag limits. What we all didn't fully get a grasp on at the time of our proposal was that where we were most concerned, where we have the highest public interest in a density sort of way, is our Type A and Type B wildlife areas. It turns out in our land regulations, archery is already prohibited on those areas. So we kind of have an alternative that we think you'll get presented to you that we'd very much be open to considering and amending the eyesore that's in front of you. On collared doves, this is an exotic species that's been slowly moving across the continent. It's now as far north as British Columbia, and it occurs in, I think, most of the United States. There's been some talk, but no science behind a concern of it outcompeting mourning doves. Your current regulations allow Eurasian collared doves to be hunted during the general dove season, but with no daily bag limit. What we're proposing, because we have some information that suggests these birds are largely tied to urban areas, you will mostly find them around human habitation. But in Imperial County, for certain, we've got some information that suggests they get out a little further. So as kind of a test run for our state, we're recommending we try this in Imperial County only. So the season would be open 365 with no bag limit for Eurasian collared doves in Imperial County. And for once, California is not leading the charge here. Almost every other state with substantial dove hunting and substantial dove populations, Texas, Arizona, most of the western states have a season-long or no closed season on Eurasian collared doves. So we're not the first ones to try this. We're not, I think, in concern for enforcement issues, not ready to try this statewide like our sister states have done.
Just a question on this species, Dan. One of our Audubon chapter birders nicknamed this species Eurotrash, and it is rapidly extending its range in North America, right on up to Alaska, and I have them in my backyard in the Monterey Peninsula. They're just everywhere. Do you anticipate, if this works in Imperial County, proposing a statewide open season on this invasive?
I would certainly think we will consider it for certain. That was, it's been a staff recommendation for some time, but, you know, we have to be conscious of the effect on enforcement.
Yeah, well, I was going to ask Mike whether there's a concern. I mean, these are quite distinct from mourning doves if you know what, you know doves, but still.
I'll address this because that was my initial concern, was like that this is going to be an enforcement nightmare, but that was a guess. So I did a survey out of the 50 states, and I asked all the chiefs, anyone that had a dove season who has opened it up to year-round, has there been an effect that's detrimental? And every one of them responded back and said it was extremely negligible, if at any. So they did not have a problem. And so I think this is a good experiment for us to see in California if it's any different. And if it proves to be not a problem in Imperial, with the data that I got from the other chiefs, I'm pretty comfortable we could probably expand.
Well, history suggests that when we decide to shoot all of a species, we're good at it. The passenger pigeon comes to mind, which is a dove, similar species. But it'll be really interesting to see whether opening the season on these species nationwide can actually put a dent in something that's so aggressively invasive as this species.
Yeah, it's an interesting challenge to us. That I'm aware of 2 studies where the density of mourning doves pre and post expansion of Eurasian collared doves have been conducted, and they weren't able to detect an effect on mourning doves. I mean, they're larger. In my backyard, they tend to chase away the mourning doves, right? So it seems reasonable to expect that, but we haven't been able to measure it yet. So if I could just thanks. So there's a quick summary of where we're at. This presentation was prepared for you today by Scott Gardner, so folks with questions, but I'll try to answer any more if you have them.
Questions? Commissioner Kellogg?
Hey, Dan, I just want to echo what Commissioner Sutton comments he made, is that it's going to be real important to us to get as accurate information as we can on the impact that those fires had on sage grouse area when you come back to us for a decision on it.
Yeah, we'll have, like I said, our normal standard assessment of our LEC count stuff. One of the things that some of the photos I've seen, of course, that fire wasn't, wall-to-wall black. It skipped across some countries. So I don't expect that we won't turn up any sage grouse in the fire, but whether or not there's any reason to suggest a hunting season again is yet to be seen.
All right, we have no public speakers on this, that's correct. So I have a suggested, oh, we do, apparently. Did you turn in a card? Come on up. Sorry about that.
That's quite all right. Good afternoon, Commissioners, DFG and DFW staff. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you. I also appreciate the fact that Deputy Director, and I'll just say Dan, as my name's Raup, and my name is Wayne Raup, by the way, President of California Bowman Hunters and State Archery Association. I represent over 100,000 in the interest of let me say that again. I represent the interest of over 100,000 archers in the state of California. However, on this issue, I think I'm more in line to say 10 archers in the state of California. I know of only one person that hunts pheasants with a bow and arrow and flu arrows, and he is 83 years old, so I don't think he's going to impact too much on the pheasant population. But I would ask that the Commission allow this to be an option, my proposal to be an option for reconsideration, and allow the Department of Fish and Game and the Upland Game Advisory Committee to relook at this proposal and make the approve the proposal for which I requested, and that is to move the archery only pheasant season from post general season to pre-general season. The request, my proposal originally did not mention anything about changing the take, whether it would be hens or roosters. I would request that we maintain that, because in archery season we can take both birds. As Dan stated, shooting a $20 arrow at a bird is going to be more important for the individual to find the arrow. So we're not going to be taking many birds because we can't hit them. or they can't hit them. I have never hunted pheasants with a bow. But I want to make this a very clear statement that we are not trying to change anything in the wildlands type A and B areas. We're already not allowed to hunt in there, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but we're not asking to change that, just to move the season. And I would request that you allow this as an option.
Excuse me, I have to ask, because could you re-explain when you meant this option? I'm not sure I totally understood the full extent of the option.
What we requested, what my proposal was in August of 2000, or August 8, 2012, and December 12th, 2012, was that we move the current archery-only pheasant season from the postseason to the move it just move it to the front of the general season.
How long?
So, the proposal was for 4 weekends, and ending. In fact, the proposal was for 2012 or 2013-2014 archery season would start on October 12th and end on November 3rd, which was the Sunday prior to the Saturday opener of the gun season. Now, I noticed there was some concern about the archers causing disturbing issues or causing the pheasants to be more spooky for the opener. And if we had 20,000 archers out there, I'd say, yeah, I would agree with that. But if we have 10 out there and we're not even on the wildlife lands, primarily we're on private properties, I don't see that as a concern. We don't have anybody out there. That's the point. Mr. Mastrop, did that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. I'm just, because what we have here is a proposal to go to notice, and I want to make sure we're going to notice with what we need. Otherwise, I put ourselves in a position of having to possibly renotice, and I'm trying to avoid that, one, because of the time and the expense. So, reading the current ISOR, extend 23 days and encompassing 4 weekends. Although I see the proposal is actually only for 9 days.
Yeah, that was what I tried to allude to, Sankey, is their original proposal was the 23 days. The current initial statement identifies their proposal as an alternative, but we recommended only the 9 days. So what I think we're asking for here is the time to revise the initial statement in a quick turnaround, somewhat like you just did for Abalone after the April meeting, incorporate this public comment as an option so that when the commission gets to both discussion and adoption, they can choose either the department's proposal, but right now we need to amend this ISOR before it can go to notice, and we're ready to do so.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to get at the bottom. So just so the commissioners understand, I'm going to read you a motion. And if you're interested in asking the department to modify the ISOR before it gets noticed with this as an option, we'll need to identify that in your motion, just to be clear. That's what I was hunting. Thank you. So with that, commissioners, unless you have discussions, what's your pleasure? Oh, we're done. Thank you. I'm sorry. You've been very helpful.
Thank you. Sankey, I like your idea, but shouldn't we have the department opine on this?
Dan? Yeah.
No, we are more than willing and ready. In fact, staff has already realized that we could have done this differently, and they're working on it as we speak. If it's the commission's wish to include an option so that the notice includes the option of a 23-day, no late season archery hunt, maintaining the current bag and sex restrictions or lack thereof, if whatever the way you want to say it, we can prepare that if that's what you'd like us to do.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing is the department supports this gentleman's recommendation.
Yes. I will say more broadly for future rulemakings going forward, it's my personal preference we decrease the number of times we're coming to you with multiple options. I find that creates a confusing discussion between us, affected constituents, and instead do pre-consultation to winnow down to hopefully one recommended option for then notice and discussion.
So this is kind of an abbreviated version of that. So I think if the commissioners are interested, I could read a motion incorporating the recommendation that seems to be endorsed by the department as read. If that's your pleasure, I can do that.
Yeah, I'll make the motion if you read it.
Sure. All right. Let me quickly get there. All right. The suggested motion is the Fish and Game Commission hereby authorizes staff to publish notice of its intent to amend Section 300 and 313 with the identified option as presented by the speaker and affirmed by the Department of Fish and Wildlife.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. Thanks.
Thank you. Next item. Yes, the next item is agenda item 7, request for authorization to publish notice of commission intent to amend waterfowl and stamp regulations, sections 502 and 510. And discussion and adoption hearings are currently scheduled respectively for June and August. And I believe the department has a quick overview of the proposal.
Very quick, Commissioners, Dan Perry, Gary again, and this will be the last you have to listen to me today, I think. If we could have that presentation, please. Again, as like in the upland section, this is a annual thing we come to you with. We amend the current regulations into a set of ranges to accommodate any changes that result from our annual surveys that are done. In addition to those, we have these 4, what we're terming here, major changes. All 4 of these will require endorsement by the Pacific Flyway Council and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the services endorsement, should it arrive, will occur just prior to your adoption meeting, so we won't even know at discussion. Similar to the early season migratory birds, the doves and pigeons, the proposal would be to triple the possession limit for waterfowl. Your current bag limit for geese in California is 8. We're proposing to go to 10. This is intended to address some ever-growing white goose stocks, which are in some parts of the continent actually destroying habitat. And also in response to our success with goose populations, we're suffering some increasing depredation in northeast California as these birds migrate through. Your traditional season is early and straight. This will create a little complication in the regulations in which we'll end up with a split, but it'll allow some hunting opportunity and perhaps some alleviation of the depredation problems. And the last bullet is one that gets a fair bit of interest from our hunting constituency in the Sacramento Valley Special Management Area, which is the heart of the Thule Goose wintering range in North America, frankly. We've constrained the season and the bag limit there. Our assessments that we've been doing for the last 10 years indicate a steadily, slowly growing population, and we're willing to recommend increasing that bag limit to 3 there as well. We have some what we're terming here minor recommendations. What you may not know is that snow geese come in 2 color phases. Our regulations define snow geese as white. Well, sometimes they're blue. And at least one member of the public has been concerned that our enforcement folks might not enforce a blue goose as a white goose, which it truly is. So we're recommending cleaning that up. We have a late season goose hunt in the Central Valley, again designed to use all of our framework days, get at these populations that are over their objectives. We're trying to clean up the language relative to what public lands. These are primarily geared at reducing depredation, so we're closed most of the public areas, especially by these late seasons. Some wildlife has started nesting when these seasons are starting, but we had kind of a crack in the type C areas. We don't have the concerns there, so this would allow that to happen there. It's a similar situation on the North Coast and the Imperial Special Management areas. We're clearing up the language to make it more easily understood by the public and more enforceable by our folks in the field. And then the last thing was the stamp language, which is the same as in 313. So what's coming up, we just finished doing our breeding pair surveys, which get cranked into the models to establish our frameworks. As you know, you'll have a discussion meeting in June, the council meeting in late July, and the services framework adoptions just prior to your meeting. And with that, this presentation was prepared by Melanie Weaver in the Wildlife Branch, but I'll try to answer any questions if I can.
Any questions, commissioners?
Yeah, just on a date up there. Our book says that discussion hearing was June 26th, and you just said July 26th.
I think that referred to the Flyway Council. It's the next to last slide, if I can get there maybe. Wrong way. Yeah, so your discussion meeting is June 26th, and that's the Flyway Council is in July.
All right. My mistake.
Any public speakers?
No speakers.
All right, commissioners, I have a suggested motion, if you're ready.
Ready.
The Fish and Game Commission hereby authorizes staff to publish notice of its intent to amend sections 502 and 510 of Title 14 regarding waterfowl hunting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Takes us to item number 8, receipt of Department of Fish and Wildlife status of fisheries report and update through 2011. Unfortunately, due to an illness that also got one of our commissioners earlier in the week, the speaker is ill and unable to speak, so we've been asked to reschedule this to a future meeting. I'm assuming that's all right. You have in your binder the actual report, but the department would like at a future meeting to kind of go over that and highlight key parts of it. So unless there's any questions, are there any public speakers?
No, there is not.
All right, thank you. Unless there's questions, I'll move to 9, request for authorization to publish notice of the commission intent to amend herring regulations, sections 163 and 164 of Title 14. As a note, the discussion for this regulation, if you authorize notice, would be the discussion and adoption will be at your August meeting. So there would be only 2 planned meetings for this rulemaking. And with that, we have a department person who will give us an overview of the proposed changes.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Bartley. I'm environmental scientist.
In the mic, please.
I'll start over. My name is Ryan Bartley, and I'm an environmental scientist for the Department Marine Region, and I'm here to present the department's proposed regulations for the 2013-2014 commercial herring season in California. A quick little overview. I want to provide a quick update on the San Francisco Bay herring population, and then I'll present the proposed proposed regulations for the 2013-2014 season. And as Zonk already mentioned, but on this current timeline, we're set for a discussion and adoption hearing in August. So, status of the herring population in San Francisco Bay. The most recent spawning biomass estimate for 2012-2013 was 79,500 tons. This was the 4th consecutive year of increased abundance. And it's likely due to favorable environmental conditions such as increased coastal upwelling, increased plankton production, and this has been a key driver in the stock recovery. During the recovery, the department, with support of the commercial fishing industry, has used precautionary management principles when recommending harvest targets for this fishery. And from this approach, it's helped safeguard the spawning stock and further aid in recovery. As an example of these commercial or conservative harvest targets, since 2010-11 season, the harvest targets have been set at 5% or less of the previous season's spawning biomass estimate. And actual exploitation rates have averaged less than 3%. And to put this into historical context, since the beginning of the Sac Roe fishery in 1972, the exploitation rates have averaged 11.7%. A little bit more on the status of population. This is a a graph that shows the age composition from our research catch. We've seen a strong recruitment following the historic low in 2008 and 2009 of 5,000 tons. And we've seen a rebuilding of those older age classes as would be expected. And we've seen a trend of increased numbers of 3, 4, and 5-year-old herring. The 3-year-old herring are shown in red, the 4-year-old herring are shown in green, and the 5-year-old herring are shown in purple. And just as an informational item, herring in San Francisco Bay can live up to 8 years, though on average we see 80% of the population is comprised of age 5 and younger. So on to the proposed regulations. The department is providing the commission a quota option range for San Francisco Bay of 0 to 10% of the previous season's spawning biomass estimate. We're also providing a recommendation for a minor change to the regulatory language for Tomales Bay to not exceed 350 tons per season. Currently it's set at 350 tons, and this would allow the commission greater flexibility to set a harvest target within a quota range. We're also recommending amendments to regulations to allow the commercial take of herring for both sac roe and fresh fish under one season and one quota. And basically, in simplest terms, this would mean the fresh fishery season and quota would be moved into the sac roe fishery, and all fish landed during the regular season would be sold for sac roe or fresh fish. And this is an attempt to bring fresh fish to the market based on a proposal put forth by the public to allow cast netting. After speaking with enforcement and convening our biological team, allowing cast netting would require more extensive review through a CEQA process, as well as probably a separate rulemaking cycle. So in order to really meet what the request was, we've recommended just rolling it into one season so that the fresh fish will be available during the normal sac roe season, which it had not been here for. The next set of proposals is to set a fixed date for the San Francisco Bay fishery to open. Annually, we've had to come to the commission and request date changes. This is an attempt to get away from that annual rulemaking requirement. The new dates would be set to open on January 1st at 5 p.m. and close on March 15th at 12 p.m. Likewise for Tomales Bay, we're recommending fixed dates, trying to move away from those annual requirements to move the dates around based on the calendar year. And then there's some minor changes to that we're recommending that would update forms, including the name of the department and address changes for licensing and permits. And just quick summary, the most recent spawning biomass estimate was 79,500 tons. We've seen an increasing number of older age classes. The department has recommended low harvest targets, allowing for more than 95% of the population to remain as a forage reserve. The proposed regulations would set a quota in San Francisco Bay from 0 to 10%. At the August meeting, just as a prelude, we'll be recommending a 4.7% quota, or which would equal about 3,700 tons, which has been supported by the commercial fishing industry as well as some NGOs represented by Audubon and Oceana. And then minor season date changes and times, and then as well to allow the minor change for regulations to allow fresh fish to be landed during the sac roe season. And that's all I've got. I'd be happy to take any questions. Otherwise, thank you.
Commissioner Bayless.
Thanks, Chair. Ryan, what's the dollar value, do you know, of this fishery? And how does it compare to squid and Dungeness crab? And
I don't have a dollar value for this most recent season because the landing receipts will still be being processed, and the Japanese buyers won't have completed those transactions. But for last season, I believe the ex-vessel value was about $500,000.
$500,000?
Yeah, $500,000.
It's a small fishery for us.
Very small.
With the risk of sounding like a broken record, Jack, I gotta commend the report and the department. This is the best example I can think of the fishermen and the fishery and the department learning to work together since 2005-6 season. They've done a tremendous job, and it's a conglomerated effort of both groups working together on how they do their biomass and the whole ball of wax. It's just an excellent example of what can be done when everybody works together versus fights all the time.
If I may, Mr. President, I really agree with Commissioner Kellogg's comment. I first came on the commission at the beginning of '05, and I agree. I mean, you know, this is really good. I mean, this is the way to do things. I have a question for you with respect to the cast netting. I mean, I'm a bit of a romantic when it comes to that. I mean, that's a very elegant way to fish and very artisanal in a sense. Why is it going to take so much time to get to that, or are we intending to get to that at a future time?
I think at the Commission's request, we would investigate that further. One of the biggest stumbling blocks is from an enforcement standpoint, and looking at least that was what was relayed to us from our enforcement staff locally, was that there's an issue of commercialization of recreational catch. Basically, in a nutshell, it's difficult to differentiate between two cast netters standing shoulder to shoulder on a shore. Is one person a recreational fisherman? Is one person a commercial fisherman? There's, based on our enforcement reports, there's a significant amount of herring making its way into local markets, even though we didn't record a single fresh fish landing last year. So to try to look at that, we need to meet more with enforcement. We have some questions about potential for bycatch. Because there's no cast netting gear allowed for commercial take for other fisheries that we're aware of, we don't really have catch per unit effort data. So we're just kind of, at this point, we're data poor when it comes to looking at that type of gear. And it would also, as you guys have been around, you know, Title 163 and 164 are somewhat messy in some regards, and it would make them additionally complicated. And if we could move away from that, with this allowing fresh fish to be landed by our current fleet and getting it into the markets, I think it achieves what was asked of us.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a quick request. It would be great to get a copy of your PowerPoint presentation if we could, sure, just for our own reference. I appreciate the handouts, but the PowerPoint itself would be great.
Sure.
Thanks.
Any public speakers?
Jeff Chester.
Good afternoon, President Sutton, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Chester, representing Oceana. I'll try to make my comments real brief, but basically Pacific herring, as you know well, are very important forage species for a wide suite of birds, recreational and commercial fish, and whales, dolphins, and other marine mammals. They're also a very important fishery in the state that we want to see continue. We will have detailed comments on the environmental document this year, but I think that, as you know, this fishery has become a main focus for a lot of the conservation community, largely as a result of the forage policy focus that this commission has taken great leadership on, as we see herring as one of basically the first places to really start, where for a fishery that already exists, to start integrating some more of these ecological principles into the management. One of the main ways operationally to go about doing that is, rather than sort of what seems to generally be a very precautionary catch level over the last few years, but somewhat ad hoc, and that there is no real formula for how the catch is being determined. There's no sort of single number, or what fishery managers often call a harvest control rule for herring, that makes it very clear how the decisions are being made and helps the public and others evaluate the effects of management. So we think that should be a real key focus here. We're hoping to do that through the environmental document process, which has been the direction we've gotten so far, as the ability to do a fishery management plan at least has not materialized. But we really hope that we can continue working with the department. We note that there has been significant responsiveness to many of our requests. On the fresh fish market, it sounds like there's a good start here this year, but it does sound like there's more to be done, and we encourage continued work and exploration of the cast net fishery, which was part of the original intent of that request. So anyway, wanted to thank you for your work and leadership on this important fishery.
That the only speaker? All right, commissioners, I have a proposed motion. If you're ready.
Ready, thank you.
The Fish and Game Commission hereby authorizes staff to publish notice of its intent to amend sections 163 and 164 of Title 14, California Code of Regulations.
So move.
Second.
We have a herring motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Have a unanimous decision.
Unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, items 10 through 14 is consent, and I understand, I'm checking with staff, has there been a request to pull one of the consent items?
Yes, there has.
Okay. All right, good.
Do you want item number 13? And 14.
So commissioners, you will have to decide whether you want to pull the item.
And it's just, I'll clarify, it's 13BB and number 14H.
Those are both PLMs.
Let's just hear the public comment on it before
All
we
right,
decide.
why don't you call the public?
Dennis Fox.
Is there a Dennis Fox? Oh, there you are. Please come up.
Kind of caught me a little soon. I'd like to welcome you to to UCLA. A couple of years ago, we had a researcher talk to us, I was in CalPed, about the ramifications of Proposition 117, which was an echo scam to save mountain lions, but it was a buy-in initiative for parks. And it was very interesting. His conclusion was that the mountain lions ate off middle management. And the foxes and other little predators that kept the rodents in line, and they have come out of, we now have surplus of rodents with a little problems that have arisen. I'd like to give it to you, if I can there. The results. And on parks, I'd like to mention you have a couple things you're going to fund. One ramification of the park is that the Bureau of Land Management had to leave an area where they had a motorcycle area because they were riding through asbestos. So the motorcycle riders went down to the park at Carissa Plains, which is now managed as a park rather than for wildlife. And the area of the Temblers is an interesting area in that it is, soils there are full of silica, so you get silicosis, and the motorcycles will stir the dust up, and it is thick, really thick with valley fever. An inmate at the local federal prison got $400,000 this year for being in an area that confined where there's such problems. So I think you might want to consider that there is three things. The effects of valley fever that's going to be airborne on the wildlife, on the people that are there, like hunters, and especially I would submit that you check your personnel for the department that will be in the area. Because the problem with valley fever is you get it there and then it shows up elsewhere and the doctors misdiagnose it. So it's something I think the department might check your personnel with. That's the main thing. The other one is just the opposite. I'd like to end on a positive note. And I see you're giving money to Mr. Wolk's Ranch. And it is a paragon of a good ranch and wildlife and for his own ranching purposes. And I think he could get him to your commission meeting in San Luis Obispo. You would find it. He has a very good slideshow for you. And if you're at Central Point, the following month you might want to, it's a bad time of year for it, but they have Forest Service has a large grass ranch there, and which is for restoration. Thank you.
Thank you. I think with that we're ready to entertain a motion to adopt your consent calendar.
So moved.
All right. The Fish and Game Commission hereby adopts the consent calendar, items 10 through 14.
Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
I said that. So moved.
Moved and seconded adoption of the consent calendar. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Can you repeat who moved and seconded that motion, please? Can you speak into the microphone?
Yes, Mary.
Richard
Rogers and Jim
Rogers.
Ross.
Moved.
All right.
Thank you.
Excellent. That brings us to agenda item 15, which is a report out of executive session, or announcement of results of the executive session. Did our lawyer have anything to say?
There is nothing to report.
Yeah. Hold on. We have one speaker under public item 15.
Yes, we do. Mary Cummings.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Mary Cummins. I'm president of Animal Advocates. We're a nonprofit organization that rescues ill, injured, and orphaned wildlife for release back to the wild. We're located a few blocks away from here. We also do wildlife education. I generally take a skunk or an opossum to schools and community groups, and we spread the word of Fish and Game. I've also had a USDA permit since 2003. I've never had a violation, and they do unannounced inspections every year. I initially applied for the native species exhibiting permit in 2005 when Kathy Klein was in charge of permits, and she sent me a letter stating, you meet all the requirements, you sent in all the documents, but you don't need the permit because it's covered under the MOU for your wildlife rehabilitation permit. Then in 2011, Nicole Carrion told me that she was going to make all wildlife rehabilitators which had unreleasable educational animals to get the native species exhibiting permit. So I applied. A few months later, this process started in 2011. A few months later, they stated I did not give them all the documents requested, and I told them I most certainly did. I gave them every document on the list, but in the meantime, they've changed the requirements and had a new list. Then I was denied the permit, and they stated that I, number one, lied on my application, I did not meet the requirements, and I did not submit all of the documents. At that point, I appealed, and we went back and forth and back and forth. It's now 2 years later, and finally, April 15th of this year, it ended up before court with a judge, and the judge ruled that I did not lie on my application, I met all the requirements, and I submitted all of the documents. Then she stated that supposedly someone had requested me to do a new end-of-year report, and that was the first that I had heard that that was part of the appeal. The judge stated that I didn't even reply. I didn't even know I was requested to fill out that form again. So the judge says I could reapply, and I just found out a week ago what they wanted me to fill out this form, which took me about a minute to fill out. Now, if someone had just picked up the phone and given me a call, I could have handled all of this very easily ahead of time. In the meantime, I have scanned this and sent it as a PDF to all of you yesterday. I'm here today because I still want this permit. I meet the qualifications. I've submitted all the documents. I most certainly did not lie on my application. And I still want I want you to consider what I have just given to you yesterday and this morning, and then to hear this again at the next Fish and Game meeting, which I believe is in Sacramento. And in the meantime, I did a State Information Act request and got a copy of everyone who has the permit and who needs it, and I'm the only person that's being forced to get this permit, and it's not part of a regulation, and I believe that I've been singled out. And I had to file a formal complaint against Nicole Carrion last week. Thank you.
Excuse me, so just for clarity, we discussed your case. So do we have now all the documentation you believe we need from you?
I believe so, but maybe
you
someone
said
should tell me, because I'm willing to give any document you request.
All right. We'll talk afterwards, but what we'd like to do is have you give us what you think's the rest of the documents so we can look at it, and we'll discuss this later in June.
Okay, but if someone could tell me what documents you want, that would be great. Because
Yeah.
I don't know if because there have been so many people involved or because it's
Right.
been 2 years, and some documents she admitted that she lost.
Right.
And some documents the judge asked her to give and she didn't give them.
Right. We'll work that out on the side.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers, Mary?
No, there is not.
All right. Commissioners, I think you had a request for a quick break before
Yeah.
we take public forum.
Let's take a 10-minute break before we get into the last agenda item of the day. Let's come back at 10 minutes to the hour. Good afternoon, everybody. Let's reconvene the Fish and Game Commission meeting. Welcome to UCLA, those of you who have not been here in the morning. My name is Mike Sutton, President of the Commission, and I think we all, well, Commissioner Kellogg is making his way back in. We've come to that portion of our meeting which is intended as a public forum, and our Executive Director will introduce how that works in just a second when he is ready. I believe he's collecting the speaker cards as we speak.
Yes, good afternoon. Under public forum, any member of the public may address the Commission regarding any of its activities or policies within the jurisdiction of the Commission. This is not an agenda item to talk about things that are otherwise on the agenda. As a general rule, action cannot be taken on any issues brought before the Commission on these items other than referrals for further staff work. The President typically sets the speaker time per individual at 3 minutes, and I'm assuming that's your pleasure now, so each person will have 3 minutes. You will see a light go on or me signal when you have to wrap up. If you hear a buzzer, that means please wrap up. And with that, I'm going to start calling some names, and I want you to come up to the podium and the other names line up so we can kind of move through this fairly efficiently. So our first speaker is Susan Tellman, followed by Marshall Thompson, Joe Exline, and Phil Shimmick.
Before people start speaking, let me just say what we expect from people who testify here. What's the most effective way to represent your interests before the Commission? We have a lot of people who come and testify before us that we end up scratching our heads and asking each other, what were they talking about? And so really you need to do three things. You need to be clear and concise as to, first of all, what is the issue? Don't assume that we know what you're talking about, because we usually don't. Number two, why is the issue important? It's not self-evident why some of these issues are important. And three, what do you want us to do about it? If there's nothing we can do about it, then you probably ought to be talking to somebody else. But if there's something we can do specifically, great. Let us know. Don't assume we know anything, because we, as you've heard, if you've been here long enough, we deal with so many issues on so many different things that we can't keep them all straight from time to time. So make sure we understand clearly what it is you want us to do, why it's important, and exactly what the issue is.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Susan Tellum, co-founder of American Tortoise Rescue, an international nonprofit dedicated to the protection of turtles and tortoises. After 23 years of doing this work, I want to remind the Commission that I am an expert in this area. I'm not proud to say this is my 18th year in front of the Commission talking about the same issue, banning the importation of live turtles for the live food markets. We are overrun by 9 native red-eared slider turtles from both the food markets and the pet industry. We have rescued hundreds of red-eared sliders from animal shelters, confiscations, and those that are dumped by their owners. From pet stores where they are sick or dying and they don't want them anymore, from vets where they've been abandoned by their owners, from good-hearted people who buy the red-eared sliders at the live food markets or at Mercados and then don't know what to do with them anymore. And from those people who just tire of their pets. Just last week, an evicted homeowner left behind 11 red-eared sliders in deplorable conditions. I have photos for you if you would like to see them. Essentially, they were in a tank with filthy water and no food. And we did place them, but it took a lot of work. We found a private pond on private property. While I love them dearly, they are a nuisance and a pest to California. Worse yet, they're a public health hazard. The National Centers for Disease Control estimates that reptiles account for as many as 5% of the 2 million annual cases of reported salmonella infections in humans. I'm a healthcare professional in addition to being a turtle rescuer, and I am alarmed by that at least 100,000 cases of potentially fatal infections are in adults and small children. In addition, turtles offered for sale as human food in the live markets are often infected with other potentially dangerous bacteria, parasites, and even chemical contaminants. And yet California has done nothing to stop the sale other than a flimsy attempt at stopping permitting, which was abandoned as soon as the Asian community found out about it. Non-native animals should be banned from entering California for any reason. They are being dumped in public lakes and waterways, contributing to the rapid decline of our native pond turtle. It is important to note that all turtles sold in live markets as food are wild caught. They are not farmed. Please review the much-quoted A Field Guide to Reptiles and the Law by John Lavelle. You will note that none of the states refer to this as turtle farming. Instead, they set limits on taking of turtles as game for commercial or non-commercial purposes. In most states, a hunting or fishing license are required, and frequently the take is limited. We challenge you to review other states' Department of Natural Resources regulations for any reference to turtle farming. Restrictions on the exportation, sale, and possession have been tightened in many states because their populations of indigenous turtles are disappearing. It would be easier to control the problem if you simply just ban them all. Then you can simply cite the person and fine them. You will not need extra rangers. Please, please put this back on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I am Marshall Thompson, co-founder of American Tortoise Rescue International nonprofit. I'm here to ask the Commission to regendize the live market issue. We, along with Action for Animals and other animal welfare groups, have been asking for this ban for 18 years. The Commission has received more than 2,500 letters in support of the ban, fewer than 24 against. A petition also was filed with the Commission listing more than 3,000 individuals who want the live market stopped as well. As you recall, several years ago, the Commission voted 5-0 to ban the importation of live turtles and frogs for food in Asian live food markets throughout California, where they are cruelly kept and frequently butchered alive. Unfortunately, the Asian community rallied 6 legislators in California who demanded that the vote be overturned, and it was. In December 2012, with only 3 commissioners attending, Richard Rogers made the motion, seconded by Mr. Kellogg, to move this issue to the legislature. Mr. Sutton protested vigorously, to no avail. Unbelievably, in October of 2012, only 2 months earlier, Commission President Sutton assured us that this issue would be re-agendized in 2013. Eric Mills again desperately tried in December and January of this year to get a legislator to introduce a bill to ban the importation, with no takers. My wife Susan has also met with a legislator in our district and never even got a follow-up thank you or email. That points to too much money, too much politics, and too much playing up to an ethnic group. California imports some 400,000 freshwater turtles per year for the markets. All the turtles were taken from the wild in other states, depleting local populations. None of these animals are native to California, and the exotics displace and prey upon our native wildlife when released into local waters, an illegal though common practice. All of the market frogs and turtles we have looked at are diseased and have parasites. E. coli, Salmonella, Pasteurella, Giardia, you name it, are rampant, even though it's illegal to sell such products, that contaminated products like that, but this has been ignored for 18 years. Please, Commissioners, move this issue back into your agenda for this year, 2013, and thank you. Remember, tomorrow, May 23rd, is World Turtle Day. So save the turtles. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, President Sutton and Commissioners. My name again is Joe Exline, and I have another presentation for you. I'm going to be speaking first on the 665 proposed change of regulation language you have for your minute meetings, or your minutes to allow me to speak at the meetings. Next slide. Basically, if you look at the regulation, it defines their officers as this is regulated. The commissioner shall annually elect one of their members as president and one as vice president. Next slide. The proposed meeting minutes item basically says the time allotted for each speaker wishing to address the agenda shall be set by the commission president. Right now, that is Mr. Michael Sutton. That's one individual. Next slide. It says basically it's one individual, and it says in the event that individual isn't present, there's nothing in regulation that states anybody takes his place. So my concern is that there's with nowhere in regulation that there's one individual singled out to set the minutes that I can speak, that if the president isn't here, that regulation basically, there's nobody here to set that minute speaking time. Next. And what I would actually do is just suggest a small change to say set by the presiding commissioner. So that's the person that's actually running the meeting instead of the president. Next slide. Oh, and actually presiding means the person running the meeting. And then I have a second item. I've been in discussion with your soon-to-be ex-staff, and I want to do a presentation, should the commission still like me to do the presentation on my electronic logbook project. I'd like to do that at the San Luis Obispo meeting in August, and if that's available. And hopefully, or my hope is, between now and then, that the department and myself and other individuals may have some communication as far as how to better help the department receive and digest this data from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
President Sutton and Commissioners, I'm Phil Shanks, squid braille fisherman, meaning that a braille is a large dip net, 30 to 40 inches in diameter. Hand operated, our fishery is 100% clean, zero bycatch. Our concerns are a gear conflict and that purse seiners catch the squid quota before the traditional braille season starts when squid begin floating. To protect our fishery, request an adequate allocation. We want the 2-ton fishery continued with proper regulation. It is very important because when the joint purse seine braille squid quota has been reached, there is no more squid, although there is still mass quantities available. There will be no fresh squid available for the hundreds of fresh fish markets, restaurants, extreme shortage of squid for bait in the peripheral fisheries, Dungeness, ground fish, etc. It will give participating markets and braille fishermen work in the off-season instead of closing their doors for 4 or 5 months and losing their crew. It is a good thing to have fresh fish in the market. It will prevent adverse social and economic impacts on fishing communities and fishery-dependent businesses, chandleries, fuel docks, fresh markets, restaurants, etc. We would like these items to be a discussion at the MRC. Any questions? No? Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Kelly Younger, Jennifer Fearing, and George Osborne.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, staff, and Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm Kelly Younger from the California Sanctuary Association. In September of 2012, I flew to Sacramento to appear at a hearing before the Department of Fish and Game to discuss an exemption of our small qualifying nonprofit shelters on the inspection fees. Please note that we were not expecting or requesting an exemption of the inspections, just the fees for the small qualifying shelters. Our program was very well received. We were asked to submit a list of the small qualifying shelters to the department, which we had our legal staff review, and we timely got that to them in about 2 weeks. At that time, we requested an exemption of only the inspection fees. We had 7 qualifying shelters and the possibility of maybe 5 more if they were to go through and get the shelter permit. Unfortunately, we've never heard back from the department. I've done some discovery on it, and pursuant to Government Code, which is Government Code 11340.7, the department only has 30 days to deny your petition. I believe the statute of limitations on that has run, and so our petition should be granted just along that issue on its own. The other thing was that it was brought to our attention that a lot of the commercial facilities realized we were on the right track with getting this done. It was done in Texas before it was done here. And they've all now bombarded with the department with requests for shelter permits. Came to our attention that 24 months ago we had possibly 10, 12, 15 legitimate sanctuaries known here in California as shelters, and now there's almost 45, pushing 50. We were alarmed by this because there's just no way that there's that many legitimate shelters here in California. So we revised our request to them, giving another whole list of determinations that would tighten it up so tight that only a very small number of qualifying shelters, to ensure fairness in the industry, that only the most qualified and the most deserving on an economic level, because of our annual donations being less than $25,000 a year, $75,000 over 3 years, which is kind of in code with what the Internal Revenue Service requires on your 990N. I believe that the department under Fishing Code Section 220B does have the power today to assist us in this and to bring forth a motion to grant us our exemption, with, of course, the Department of Fish and Wildlife retaining the inherent powers and the discretion to, in the future, reject any permits for exemptions of fees from shelters that they personally feel don't qualify, and also in line with the determinations that we've submitted to them. Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm a little curious about that commentary. Is there anybody here from the department who could shed light on that situation? Dan, are you? No.
Commissioners,
Adriana?
I've been working with legal counsel Tom Gibson on the issue just today, now that I have the details and have a more clear understanding of what the issue is. And I think we have a resolution that can happen in short turnaround.
Okay.
So if it's your pleasure, I will continue to work with them and directly with Kelly on the issue.
Okay.
Great.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next speaker. George, we're looking at you.
George Osborne.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. President, Commissioners. Would you cue up the video for me, please? What we're going to show you here, Commissioners, as I talk very briefly, is just a picture of a success story. The Coastside Fishing Club has put now, for the second year, net pins into the water in Half Moon Bay, Pillar Point. Last year, we acclimated, I think, 180,000 smolts to the ocean before we released them. This year, we're able to increase that up to 420,000 smolts. Very successful, we hope. All of the smolts are 100% coated wire tagged so that we can track them when they come back. We might start to see some of the jacks coming back next year. We're hoping they're going to go to where they're supposed to go, and we're hoping they're not going to go where they're not supposed to go. But again, that's what the data is going to tell us. Thank you. There was sound, but they don't have the capacity to do that, so that's okay. Just lets me talk, so I know you'd rather hear that anyway. I'd really like to thank the department for help on this. Without their help, we could not have gotten it done, especially Stafford Lair, Chief of the Fisheries Branch, Kevin Schaefer. I don't really know Kevin's title other than to call him the Salmon King. But we really do appreciate it, and we couldn't have gotten this done without the department, without their help. And other than just looking at the pictures, you'll see them eventually going into the water. We had a lot of school children out this year. We had 3 different loads come in. We had a lot of school children from Redwood City especially on field trips or out watching and learning. This particular project's gotten a lot of really good press both for the fishery, press for good for the department, press good for Coastside Fishing Club, and we hope that this actually contributes in the long term to the salmon fishery. You can see there the fish going into the holding pen. They're dumped there. They remain there for 10 to 14 days. Then we, after towing the net pen out into the middle of the harbor, it's anchored out there, and then they're released. It's covered with a netting. We have lots of herons and other predator-type birds walking around constantly around the pen looking for a way to get in. So far, they haven't been able to get in, so they've gone away hungry. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. Again, this is less than 3 minutes, so it should be over pretty soon. You can see how vigorous they are. We've had very few floaters. We had a problem with one shipment. Maybe we had a little bit too many fish in there, but we had to release them a little early, but we got them out. And again, many thanks to everyone who pitched in to make this possible. Together, by working together, hopefully we can improve the fishery. That is the goal, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
There's,
Next speaker.
I just want to make a comment. There's another example of fishermen and the department working together, and I want to thank you, Chuck, that the department worked with the Coastside Fishing Club in that joint effort.
And we do extend that thank you, what should I say, sincerely. That's what I'm trying to search for.
Volker Holm, David Pierce, John Davis, and Marcy Hanscom.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Volker Hohn. I'm with the Watermen's Alliance. And first I want to start off with saying thank you for working with us on the MPA signage and messaging questions that I had earlier. So thanks a lot. We're making great progress on that. And secondly, I am here to request your assistance on another matter. And that is, we ask you to help us restore access for recreational fishing at Children's Pool in La Jolla, San Diego. What's going on is the City of San Diego is using city statute to close the beach off and create a de facto no fishing area. So examples of that are, oh, by the way, this particular area at Children's Pool, it's covered by a trust that says you have the right to fish there, so it's not just any old beach. It's a very special beach. It's also very historic. Okay, so right now we've got a year-round 152-foot rope spanning the length of the beach. You've got a 3-foot opening. 3 feet doesn't seem like much. However, it's a permanent structure. It has to comply with ADA code. ADA code says minimum 4-foot access, California Coastal Commission typically requires 10 feet of access. There's also a ramp there that has a chain link fence across it. It's an ADA handicap ramp. City puts a chain across it. Okay, second point is the city did at an emergency action, they closed the beach completely to everyone at night. This was a 3-month closure done by the mayor personally, Mayor Filner. We're now looking at a half-year permanent, all-day, 24-hour closure at Children's Pool, complete with chain and signs, okay? And so, how are they enforcing this? They're using a municipal code that's meant for keeping people from abusing animals. We feel that this code should not be applied to people in lawful pursuit of game. So, I'm asking you for 3 things. 1, please remind the mayor and the city council members that they have sworn to uphold the California Constitution, which allows us to fish recreationally. Secondly, is please ask the city to amend the city code 630102 to exempt people in lawful pursuit of game. 3, please ask the city to amend their permanent structure to comply with ADA code. That means please open up the handicap ramp and lengthen the rope. Thank you very much. By the way, a support documentation is provided by my colleague with the San Diego Council of Divers.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is David Pierce. I'm a director of the San Diego Council of Divers. You got materials that are being passed out. Thank you, Volker. I'm going to be covering basically the same thing. December, when Mayor Filner took office, one of the first things he did was closed a 130-foot rope to 152 feet, or lengthened it. He was lobbied by SEAL activists to do this. He broke the state, the local lands law, I'm sorry, and was found guilty of that. But the judge figured he might as well let it stay up because the city got a year-round rope instead of a pupping season rope for the seals in December to May. Now it's up year-round. The Coastal Commission gave them permission for that. That's further denying our access. And so the judge let them keep that rope up year-round. The Planning Commission voted twice to deny that year-round rope because it breaks the local coastal plan, stating that no permanent structure should be allowed on the beach. The second time around, the city attorney threw the Planning Commission under the bus, and with a backroom deal with the city council, they rolled over on it and allowed a year-round rope. Since then, in March 19th, the mayor decided to get an emergency coastal development permit to close the beach from sunset to sunrise till May 15th. And he just put out a directive instructing the park ranger there to start issuing citations that normally the National Marine Fisheries, the federal government, would not cite people if they're doing their best to not disturb the seal, especially if spearfishermen or divers try to enter the opposite side and do their best to, not disturb them. They call it incidental harassment. Well, now the mayor has instructed the city, park rangers, and the police to issue citations for anyone that makes a seal's head lift up and look at you or go into the water and come out and swim with you. This is further denying fishermen's access to the water. We would like to ask you for help and asking the city to, change their mind on this and return fishing rights back to San Diego. Since the MLPA started a couple years ago, it's closed off about 70% of La Jolla coastline. That leaves the Children's Pool in the middle of these two reserves, and it allows safe entry and exit through the guarded beach, and they have lifeguards there too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Honorable President Sutton, Vice President Rogers, and distinguished commissioners, my name is John Davis. And to follow on the previous speakers, the City of Los Angeles has enacted a curfew over public trust lands in Los Angeles that subject users that wish to go fishing at night to fine and imprisonment. And Peter Douglas of the Coastal Commission, former commissioner, stated to the city that it's illegal to do that under the Coastal Act and under the provisions of Article 10 of the the California Constitution. But that's not why I'm here. I just wanted to bring this up. It's important. I hereby request the Department withdraw from the January 26th MOU, the 2013 MOU. Furthermore, I call on Charles Bonham and Kevin Takai to tender their resignations for promoting illegal private uses on public land owned by the state and managed by this department. I recommend that the chair instruct the executive director to schedule a special meeting pursuant to Government Code Section 11125.4 to resolve this. The letter related to this letter was transmitted to the Commission on May 10, 2013, requesting the Commission place this on the agenda for the consideration of the MOU signed by the Executive Director. The letter and its attachments were included in the document and are attached included by reference. The memorandum is illegal on its face. The Director has independently planned to provide an exclusive long-term no-bid lease to a private business on public lands in the guise of an MOU agreement. The MOU is legally defective. Neither the public nor the Commission played a role in this agreement as required by Fish and Game Code 703.5A and the Government Code. California 703 Code 703.5A requires that the active participation of this department and the Commission. Here, the Executive Director excluded the Commission and regulated this Commission to a passive role, not an active role. The illegal land uses proposed include a private veterinary clinic, a private dog and cat kennel, private office space, private retail use within the Ballona Wetlands Ecological Preserve. Kevin Takai stated to me that the department is aware the regulations specific to Ballona Wetlands do not allow pets there, and specific regulations would need to be revised. So in closing, it would also require a change to Fish and Game Code Section 1580 and California Code of Regulations and the land deed for Area C of the Ballona Wetlands Ecological Preserve, which prohibit such commercial uses. And I also would like to request this Commission consider allowing public speakers tomorrow, because there are people that wish to address this Commission that can't make it today, and I think it's only fair to do so. Thank you very much and good day.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Honorable Commissioners, Marcia Hanscom with the Wetlands Defense Fund and the Ballona Institute. I want to read to you something that seems appropriate today. The people of this state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. The people in delegating authority do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people insist on remaining informed so that they may retain control over the instruments they have created. That's part of the Bagley-Keene Act that governs your work here. And I watched the video of the Department of Fish and Wildlife director briefing you on the Ballona Wetlands and the Annenberg Foundation a couple of months ago, and was stunned to see how many things were not accurate. This is a very troubling agreement that has been made, signed by 3 state agencies with absolutely no public oversight, no public scrutiny or comment, and this MOU wasn't even available in the public when it was announced through the media. Had to be acquired through Public Records Act requests, and in fact, there still is a part of that MOU missing that no one seems to be able to find, and that is Property Analysis Record Exhibit A, which has not been forthcoming from any of the agencies that have signed this. The Department of Fish and Game never wanted this land. I know I was very involved with this. I know Commissioner Kellogg, Commissioner Rogers may remember it. I worked very closely with the governor's office when the acquisition of Ballona happened, and Fish and Game was not supposed to get it, but Fish and Game got it because it was happening during the Gray Davis recall, and it had to happen fast, and the Wildlife Conservation Board could act fast, the State Parks Department could not, and it was promised to us that the land would be transferred to state parks. Well, of course, we know the last 10 years the state has been in financial disarray, and in spite of many efforts to transfer the land, it didn't happen. So in that vacuum, while your department did not have the funds to deal with things, and in fact have pretty much neglected the land for the last 10 years, the state of it is not in good shape, although we still have endangered species, imperiled wildlife like you can't believe. And so now it's almost essentially a bribe. This private foundation comes in and says they're going to give a bunch of money to your department. Now all of a sudden the Fish and Wildlife Department wants the land because they're going to be getting money in return for doing some things that are not normally in your authorized abilities. And in fact, the deed restrictions on this land, particularly for protection, restoration, and recreation, do not comport with the intended uses that are outlined in the Memorandum of Understanding. Also, the MOU says that they will agree to clear any title issues. That's very problematic. Your department is going to work with the private foundation to help clear the title issues. That's a problem. This is public land. It should not be privatized. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Paul Weekland, Jeff Chester, David Warren, and Howard Litwall.
Commissioners, Paul Weekland. Once again, request that you open for the harvest of abalones, the counties of San Francisco and Monterey. What about San Mateo or Santa Cruz? Oh my gosh, wouldn't that just alleviate all kinds of problems? And you could say your management is a success then instead of the failure that you continue with. The other thing I like to talk about is your public trust duties, ethical standards, and honesty. We know, Jim Kellogg was there many times, the legislature sent emissaries to the Fish and Game Commission, and the Secretary of Resources was there, and they stated that the public forum is so important to the functioning of good government that it would be first on the agenda every time from now on. Well, we see what you double political, bureaucratic double shuffling is doing. Oh, yes, we're required by law to hold these public meetings. Yes, we have to listen to you, but just hurry up. In fact, what we'll do is we'll show it. Hey, Mr. Sutton, what you doing over there? You're not listening to the public forum, are you? You're not fulfilling your public trust duties. Oh, yeah, that's right. You're going to be a senator someday. And what did you say early on? You're insulated from any accountability, that you're exempt from all laws because of your political position, and that you don't have to worry about anything. Well, you do, because one day you will be judged, and it's going to be severe with you. And I just thank the good Lord that I've been able to pronounce that your souls are going to roast in hell for this bureaucratic double shuffling that you continue to do. And the fact that you purge the files of all your failures, that you cleanse the records of all the eyesores that, oh my gosh, we don't want to tell the truth. We just want our image to look good. That's all that matters to us. Does the governor really know the contemptuous, deceitful way that you're conducting business in the name of the people? Shameful. Shameful.
Thank you. Next speaker.
It's a tough act to follow. Jeff Chester with Oceana. Thank you again, commissioners. I just wanted to keep the commission apprised of a few ocean-related issues. These all have the theme of ecosystem-based fishery management, and I think the general transition in that direction as envisioned by the Marine Life Management Act. We see that as protecting the forage base, protecting the top predators in the ecosystem, and protecting habitat, with the ultimate goal of making sure we maintain a resilient marine ecosystem off our coastline. One of the key issues is forage policy implementation. This was a major step forward that the Commission adopted this policy back in November, and we wanted to just mention that we highlighted this at the Managing Our Nation's Fisheries Conference, which is considering changes to the Magnuson-Stevens Act federally in Washington, D.C. 2 weeks ago. This remains a top priority, and we'd like to focus and see the Commission focus on the implementation of this forward-thinking policy, and we look forward to presenting some ideas on this and how to move forward and keep the momentum going at the next MRC meeting. In terms of top predators, I wanted to just update and reiterate a request with respect to the white shark CISA petition. As you know, white sharks have an important ecological role as top predators, and based on the central estimates that have been published and declared to be the best available science by the department, we're looking at basically 60 breeding females in the Central Coast population, 30 breeding females off of Guadalupe Island. Now, there may be others that haven't, there may be 2 or 3 times that, but even if it is 2 or 3 times that, these numbers are downright scary for any population of wildlife. We're looking forward to the department evaluation. In particular, though, we did submit a letter in March requesting the development of a regulatory package to actually begin managing the bycatch of the juvenile white sharks that is occurring in the Set Gillnet halibut fishery managed by this commission. We talked about, we were hoping to see decreased soak times, avoiding high areas of high risk of interaction with sharks, potential bycatch limits, and observer coverage, and increased scientific data collection. We think these are reasonable requests. We're not asking for the fishery to be shut down. We want to see the fishery keep going, but put in some of these measures to see if they can work. And we hope to see that regulatory package be ready to coincide with the adoption of when the final CISA listing vote occurs, presumably next February. Also wanted to reiterate on the habitat front our request to review the observer data from the California halibut trawl grounds. That's something that's supposed to happen every 3 years. Last time it happened was 2008. And just wanted to recognize the leadership of the Commission on ecosystem-based management and that movement. It's a difficult challenge, and we will look forward to working on these issues through the Marine Resource Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. President, members of the Commission, my name is Howard Litwack. I am the project manager for the Annenberg Foundation on the planning effort relative to Ballona that you just heard a few misleading remarks about a few minutes ago. Following on President Sutton's comments earlier, the issue at hand is the planning of public access, interpretation, and education as part of the larger Ballona project. The importance is that a private philanthropy, the Annenberg Foundation, a 501c3 regulated by the state, not a private entity or a private business, is providing enhancement resources to a public project developed by DFW and its colleague organizations, the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission and the Coastal Conservancy, to restore the Ballona Ecological Preserve. And the important issue is to allow the Memorandum of Understanding to continue to be in place and allow the process to unfold. The department retains, under the Memorandum of Understanding, final control over the project. There is a full CEQA process that the project will be brought through, and all appropriate public commentary and input will be provided, and absolutely no guarantees have been provided to anybody about the ultimate outcome of the project. This is an exploratory project on the part of the Annenberg Foundation working with these public partners in order to bring a better result for all of the people of California. Very briefly, there's no point in my going into the project itself in the limited amount of time, but I just want to emphasize that the directions I have, unlike what you might have just surmised a few moments ago about private gain and private benefit, the instructions I'm working to are public gain and public benefit. How do we improve public access? How do we improve public education? How do we bring important messages to bear, some of which I've been listening to the other conversations here, have fantastic resonance to the kinds of things that you deal with every day, whether it's appropriate care of pets, whether it's appropriate treatment of wildlife, whether it's appropriate access into a public location like the preserve. Those are the things that the Annenberg Foundation cares about, and those are the things that we are working with DFW and the colleague organizations to try to bring to bear on the project. So my final remark will be that I believe over time you will have plenty of opportunity to learn more about what's actually proposed as opposed to what you just heard, and we look forward to that opportunity as part of the natural process. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
If I may, Mr. President,
this commission is on record in supporting public-private partnerships of the kind that you're referring to.
Yes, it certainly is. Could you spell your last name?
Sure. Litwak.
Oh, I added a C.
Well, that's, you know, at Ellis Island, sometimes they put the C in and sometimes they took it out.
Wow. Thank you.
If I could just echo, well, the support from Annenberg, and thank you for the constructive leadership you're providing in this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello. Hello. I'm David Warren. I submit the following comments on behalf of Defensive Place. Defensive Place is a California-based national organization established as a project of the Resource Renewal Institute in 1997. The Institute's founder and president is Huey Johnson, founder of the Trust for Public Land and the California Resource Agency secretary from 1978 to 1982. Mr. Johnson created Defensive Place to sustain parklands and open spaces nationwide whose protective deeds are contravened for development of predatory changes in use. The settings and purposes vary, but inevitably the explanations for the breaches in protection vary. Quoted words meant to mollify citizens when their public asset is bartered away. For instance, interpretive centers have become the Orwellian substitute for office buildings and administrative headquarters, and PowerPoint diagrams of facility footprints artfully mask the reality of the infrastructure and peripheral impacts. In addition, the guardians of protected lands regularly excuse the land surrender with the familiar "it is already degraded land." It dismays us that an egregious example of such a barter of land held in the public trust seems to have occurred in our home state this past January with the signing of the MOU between the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Annenberg Foundation for the development and repurposing of significant areas of the Ballona wetlands. We cannot fathom how the department ignores its obligations to honor the deed restrictions that rescued the wetlands a decade ago through a $139 million bond measure in partnership with the Trust for Public Land by accepting a $50 million project whose brute size and intent ultimately have nothing to do with the true nature of Ballona wetlands and its wildlife habitat. From the Defensive Place perspective, the MOU between the Foundation and DFW represents a clear contravention of the deed that rescued the wetlands and promised a public process to mend the natural ecology of the 600-acre preserve. The Annenberg Foundation's proposal masks the reality of a development whose facts remain elusive. Such was the case in the Rancho Palos Verdes for that city's Lower Point Vicente Park when it took years of persistent inquiries to finally reveal the realities of a proposed Annenberg project, an out-of-scale interpretive center that featured a domestic animal component. Ultimately, the courageous National Park Service principal stepped in to honor the public codes protecting that park and the foundation withdrew its application, only to materialize at Ballona with the welcome of the Department of Fish and Wildlife. We will continue to press Fish and Wildlife, other local and federal agencies, and presumed conservation organizations to honor their legal, ethical, and environmental obligations to the Ballona wetlands. Defensive Place respectfully requests that this commission dissect every facet of the MOU between the department, which actually should be serving as a trustee of the Ballona wetlands for all Californians, and the Annenberg Foundation to determine the integrity of the transaction and truly calculate the environmental and ecological consequences should the project proceed. Thank you. And I have a copy of this for each of
thank you very much.
Each of you.
Yeah, just hand it over to Mary over there.
Here.
Next speaker.
Patrick Tyrell, Mary Small, Carrie Freeney, and Dennis Fox.
Those whose name's been called, please line up so we don't have to wait so long for you to get to there. Go ahead, sir.
No problem. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Patrick Tyrrell. I work for the organization Friends of Ballona Wetlands, and I am the programs coordinator, so I'm pretty much out there every day, more or less, working with kids, doing tours, and also doing our restoration programs, small-scale, volunteer-based restoration. And we would just like to add our 2 cents. This is a statement on behalf of our Board of Directors, as well as our general membership, regarding the Annenberg Foundation's proposed visitor center at the Ballona Wetlands. The Friends have long advocated well-regulated public access for Ballona, including some form of a visitor center. We feel that it's premature for any group or governing body to take a position on the visitor center proposal before it has been properly analyzed for environmental impacts, purpose, and need. As in the context of the state's larger restoration project as required by CEQA, as you know, the environmental analysis is in progress and has yet to be published. The Annenberg's proposal, which may be modified as it navigates the regulatory process, deserves that fair evaluation provided by law. Any judgment on a visitor center, advisory or otherwise, is premature and not properly informed at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Mary Small, the Deputy Director of the State Coastal Conservancy. For those of you who don't know the Coastal Conservancy, it's a state agency that was created to restore habitat and improve public access along the coast. The Coastal Conservancy has been working in partnership with the department to plan for the restoration and improve public access at the Ballona Wetlands for many years. And together with the department, we have entered into a number of technical studies. A great deal of planning has been initiated, and we are thrilled that the CEQA process is now underway, because that is the formal process through which alternatives are evaluated. And so we ask that the department continue its partnership in that evaluation. I would say the Coastal Conservancy also is a signatory to the MOU with the Annenberg Foundation, and we are very excited about the possibility of a philanthropic organization helping the state to provide visitor-serving amenities at this natural resource treasure. So I don't think we are asking anything of the Commission today. This will come back before the department for the final decision to this Commission if there are any changes to regulation. We look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. How could we not know the Coastal Conservancy? Your boss is a former member of this commission, so we value our relationship with the Conservancy.
Next speaker, please. Mary, read the names again.
Dennis Fox, Carrie Freeney, and Patrick Tyrell.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Fox.
Hi, members of the Commission. I'm Dennis Fox, and I want to talk to you real rapidly about Assembly Bill number 763. It's not very well publicized because nobody's against it. Doesn't get any publicity. It takes money from boat licenses to clean up the weeds in the Delta and the tributaries, and that's the one that I think would be. If you notice when you go to a lake or a reservoir, you'll see "Don't Move a Mussel" posters. But I think it's been forgotten is the refuges that are operated. And the refuges, hey, let's go fishing. We'll go hunting on Wednesday, go fishing on Thursday. You're moving the thing. So exotics are getting moved. I would say that what we need to do, and what I would like you to do, is just put up the posters at the refuges. Don't move a mussel. You can get them free. And hopefully, later we're kind of trying to get up a little booklet on these for IDs, IDing the mussels, the weeds, everything that's really detrimental to the wildlife of the state, and use your personnel to ID them and so they can be tracked. That's why I want to keep your personnel healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Read some new names.
Walter Lamb, Patricia McPherson, Kathy Knight.
And if you're not going to line up, we'll pass you. Come on, folks.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the Commission, for this opportunity to speak. I'm Walter Lamb, and I'm representing the Ballona Wetlands Land Trust. We were founded in 1994 with the mission of preserving the Ballona Wetlands area from encroachment. And I'm here to express our opposition to the Annenberg proposal. And gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not naive. Listening to the comments here, it's very clear that we have a tall hill to climb. And so I think I'm just going to abandon my prepared comments and comment with what little time I have on some of the comments that were made. So first of all, Mr. Litwack's presentation, there's really nothing that he said that we oppose to other than the idea that somewhere in the mission of the Department of Fish and Wildlife is a mandate to protect domestic animals and care for pets. That's something that I do on the side. It's very important. I don't think it fits the mission of the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Now, if the things that Mr. Litwack and Mr. Abe has said in the past are true, we can sit down, we can meet, we can have a great conversation, because none of that requires the construction of a facility for domestic dogs and cats. Anyone who doesn't understand that that's the central driving force of this project simply isn't paying attention to the written record. I know, President Sutton, that you're aware that Los Angeles Audubon, the preeminent bird conservation authority in Los Angeles, came out strongly against the proposal, as have a number of other organizations, including Ballona Creek Renaissance, which is an organization that's been very collaborative with the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission and others. You know that Shelley Luce, who's the director of the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission, called the Animal Center a deal breaker for good reason. We've asked Mr. Abe if he has fallen in love with the Ballona Wetlands ecosystem. And again, we were founded in 1994. We never had any interaction with Annenberg prior to their withdrawing their proposal for the Wallace Annenberg Companion Animal Center at Rancho Palos Verdes. But we've said, look, if you've come late to the game and you love Ballona now the way we do, work with us. Don't put the Animal Center in there, because that's the only thing that's going to require this commission to rewrite the regulations specifically to accommodate the wishes of Wallace Annenberg, who has long said that this is her last hurrah, Wallace Annenberg Companion Animal Center. Now, when Director Bonham briefed you on this project in February, we were disappointed that he took a PR presentation from the Annenberg Foundation. That included pictures of Area C that does not do it justice. I was in Area C yesterday clearing trash out of homeless encampments. It was not fun, not pleasant. So we're very aware of the challenges that this ecosystem faces. We're not irrational like they would like to paint us. We are not sort of pie in the sky. We know that there's a challenge ahead. That challenge is going to require hard work. There's no Annenberg magic wand that's going to address what I saw in Area C yesterday. You're going to have to engage the community. You're going to have to stop treating people that passionately care about this land as nuisances. And we're going to have to start working together. But I'll call on Mr. Abe again, last thing. His quote to me, Mr. Lamb, you can choose to differentiate or parse between animals, wild, feral, indigenous, companion, or others associated with an urban ecology. We do not. I challenge any professional environmental steward to endorse that statement. And I challenge Mr. Abe, when he gets up to speak, which hopefully he will, to say that he will do all the things that Mr. Litwack talked about, and that they will not insist on this quid pro quo, strings attached, center for domestic dogs and cats. It's very simple. If he does that, we'll be having a completely different discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Susan Goodman and Mr. I'm going to mess up his name, McColligan.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Kathy Knight, and I'm representing the Ballona Ecosystem Education Project, Grassroots Coalition. Patricia McPherson could not be here this afternoon. She's doing another presentation. And also the Sierra Club. And we endorse the comments said before about the MOU with the Annenberg Foundation to put a dog and cat shelter and veterinary clinic on the land that we work so hard to save. I don't know if you can see it now, but the picture I'm showing you shows the land in 1994. and it was only a little over 1,000 acres left, and it was the original system was 6,000 acres of wetlands and uplands. This is all we have left. We lost half of this to Playa Vista Phase 1. It was really sad. We only have about 600 acres left, and it's part of the last 5% of our coastal wetlands in California. And the animals that are out there, they need every square inch. It's precious. The area where the Annenbergs want to build, there's a lot of animals that are using that area. It's called degraded. But you know what? We citizens have fought for 20 years to save this land. I put so much of my personal savings into it, and so did a lot of other people, to save this land. Because you know what? Everybody told us, oh, it's degraded, Kathy. It's degraded land. What are you worrying about it for? And we said, no, this is the last. So now we're being told, oh, that land is degraded, so we can put a dog and cat shelter and interpretive center. But the point is, Playa Vista Phase 2 would create 24,000 more car trips a day in this area. Already 3,500 animals a year are getting run over on the roads from our state reserve here. The Annenbergs could put their interpretive center over there, not on the wildlife area, over there at Phase 2, and complete the interpretive center that was required as a mitigation to build Playa Vista. So there's a whole way it can be put right next to the wetlands and not on the wildlife area. And also what I handed out to you was a presentation by Grassroots Coalition giving you a point-by-point documentation on how this MOU was done behind the public's back. We had an EIR beginning last summer, and we didn't know that behind our backs was a whole nother proposal going on. So this whole thing should be done over again in the public. The whole EIR should start over again with the whole public knowing that this is going to happen. So this is very important. It shows all the behind the scenes. We want transparency. What we're asking you for is to help the public get transparency from now on, because it's terrible the way it's being done behind enclosed doors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Mary?
My name's Susan Goodman, and I'm not with any organization. I'm a concerned,
speak into the mic, please.
I'm a concerned citizen, and I'm here today for that reason. I came to California over 30 years ago. I've lived in the marina and that area. I adore the wetlands and everything. My thing is, how in the world can you build an animal center on Ballona wetlands where they have the most incredible animals? And if you've ever woken up and seen a beautiful heron on your boat, you would never, ever, ever want to destroy this land. And I agree with what Kathy said and what Marcia said. And that's it. Thank you.
Could I get your name quickly?
Susan Goodman.
Okay, thank you. Didn't catch that. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Nora McClellan. I had sent you all a letter already expressing my support for this project, of the Annenberg project. But I want to talk about it a little bit more. I do not envision this as a pet shelter or an adoption center as we would typically imagine it. I see this as an educational opportunity and a really valued local resource to address the needs of all the critters in our area. We live in an incredibly urban environment, but we live with wildlife all around us. Have you heard about the coyote that's in Westchester? A couple of years ago, after a windstorm, our neighbors, my husband and I, rescued two of the surviving 4 kites that were blown out of their nest when their nest was blown out of the tree. They were immature kites. They could not survive on their own. While my husband secured these kites into an old dog kennel of ours, our neighbors rushed to Google to find out where we could take these animals for rehab. The closest place was the Ojai Rapture Rescue Center. We called them. Luckily, they had somebody that was in Venice that was a trained transporter. This woman came to our home, grabbed the kennel, and raced to Ojai. We spent a number of hours very anxiously waiting for word to see if these 2 kites survived. Luckily, they did. We got a call. The kites, when they arrived, they were immediately fed. They were given 2 pureed mice apiece, nummy, and accepted into their facility. We got a picture a few months later of these animals being released back into the wildlife. Could you imagine if we had a facility like that in our backyard? I live in Playa del Rey. I love our Ballona wetlands. I love what we have done there. I love the wildlife that has come back. I think the opportunity that the Annenbergs are proposing for us to have a facility that not only can help care for the critters in our area, but to educate the community members on how to care, respect, and love all of the wildlife. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was your last name again?
My last name is MacLellan, M-A-C-L-E-L-L-A-N. First name is Nora.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
That concludes the speakers.
Okay.
Thank you very much. One more.
My name is Christina Davis, and I'm here on behalf of the LAX Coastal Area Chamber of Commerce. And Nora's sentiments I echo completely. On behalf of the LAX Coastal Area Chamber of Commerce, which represents 550 businesses in Westchester, Playa del Rey, Playa Vista, Marina del Rey, and Del Rey, I'd like to respectfully ask that you support the visitor center concept proposed by the Annenberg Foundation as part of the restoration of the Ballona Wetlands Ecological Preserve and continue through with this process. The Chamber has been a long supporter of recycling, conservation, and green development, including the efforts by developers to earn LEED certifications for all new construction. In this regard, Annenberg's proposal exceeds all of our expectations, from achieving at least LEED Gold standards to striving for a 1-for-1 habitat ratio for the visitor center. The Annenberg Center would perhaps be the most environmentally sensitive building in our service area. The Chamber is also aware that it is critical to improve the long degraded wetlands and upland areas that have continued to deteriorate with each passing year. Specifically, this project would address the trash-filled space that has become a haven for homeless encampments and illegal dumping. Instead, our community would benefit from one of the country's few ecological preserves surrounded entirely by an urban landscape. The Chamber also believes that the public-private partnership between the state and the Annenberg Foundation would help spur additional investment in the area by creating a high-quality experience for visitors. Ballona would become an attractive place for companies and foundations to invest in environmental protection efforts and would also encourage new businesses to locate nearby to take advantage of this amenity. For all these reasons and so many more, the LAX Coastal Area Chamber of Commerce supports the Annenberg proposal and encourages you to do the same. Thank you.
President Sutton.
Thank you, and thank you everyone who has commented. I think Director Bonham wants to weigh in.
I would like to. While there's actually no action or issue in front of you, I think you've had an interesting array of interest kind of come to you today, and some of that mentioned me personally. So I want to take a moment and just offer some thoughts to both you and the commenters. I don't think I've met any of the commenters today except for Mr. Lamb, who had the courtesy of introducing himself before the comments, and the consultant project manager for the foundation. So let me start by just saying to Mr. Davis, Ms. Hanscom, Mr. Warren, Mr. Terrell, Mr. Lamb, Ms. Knight, Ms. Goodwin, Ms. McClellan, and Ms. Davis, who represented both a pro and con to you, thank you. It's clear you're passionate, I know that each morning the 2,500 employees at the Department of Fish and Wildlife, including me, wake up passionate about our mission, and we wouldn't be able to achieve what we are able to do in this state without engaged citizenry, whether they're pro or con on any given issue. So I appreciate you taking the time. And for some of the commenters, I will definitely acknowledge you've been involved in a long-running effort to protect and preserve a place that matters to you. So I understand your interest in having a discussion about this topic. So thank you. The second thing I'd just say is, to the extent someone is concerned about the Memorandum of Understanding, I will just tell you that from my perspective, it is a planning document. On its first page, it says it's for the purpose of defining objectives in the planning process. It also says on the first page it's not intended to create any legal obligation. Then, with regards to the animal component, I will tell you on page 4, it caps the percentage of any potential footprint at 25% of an overall footprint relative to that program component. And then in response to any challenge, to find a way in which to describe that small component of an overall effort might relate to our mission, I'll just say this. The memorandum does also say on page 4 that the potential component of the center might be available for our department with regards to domestic and wild animal issues, wild animal triage, law enforcement dogs. And I'll just make the observation that not a week goes by in this part of the state where we have some wildlife-urban interface, and we're constantly being pushed on what's an escalating issue for us. And the prospect of a means in which to understand that better and dialogue better on that emerging market, if you will, for us is an opportunity. That said, with regards to the transparency component, I agree. Some have said we falsely are claiming we didn't change our notice of preparation, which is a moment within the CEQA process, as you know. I actually would just remind folks that the original notice of preparation for the overall restoration project, not this particular small component, actually said that that overall project, quote, is providing, may include providing other visitor-oriented facilities. So when the idea of an interpretive center emerged with enough detail, we purposefully amended the NOP to then prompt the very input we're getting now. So we'll go out for scoping comments. I hope that many more people show up, pro or con. Then we'll go through the production of draft environmental documents. We'll go through response to comments. We'll have a series of subsequent and parallel other permitting efforts underway. And if all of that plays out such that at the end of the day there's a project, we may be back in front of you at some point for discussing yet another public issue, whether to amend land use regulations that you preside over for this property. So for us, that's ahead of us, and we welcome the transparency and the input. I'll just end by saying that I think I couldn't do any better on the topic than the LA Times did on February 5th of 2013 with their editorial. And I'll just quote a few phrases, but I suggest you go read it. I thought it was a well-done, fair piece. You know, one of the comments was, the cherished preserve may finally be getting the substantial restoration it needs and deserves. Another thing the paper decided to say was, as with many preservation projects, passionate advocates disagree deeply on how best to map out the future. I agree completely. And I think that's the discussion and the debate we're in right now, more broadly. This editorial went on to say the restoration project is just beginning. I agree with that. They also asked that this should be a transparent process. I agree with that. And they concluded by saying Ballona should be a rich habitat for wildlife as well as a place for people to visit. This is an opportunity, not a travesty. So I think we have much more work ahead of us. I remain committed to working with both the proponents and the opponents, and we'll see where we end up.
Thank you, Director Bonham. Commissioner Rogers?
Thank you, Director Bonham, for those comments. I think it's very important for everyone involved. Well, actually, before I say that, there are a number of things in the public forum that I'd like to comment on, but we can take that as it comes because we're going to be focusing on a number of things here. But staying on point with the Director's comments on Ballona, my family is now fifth generation Los Angeles. Ballona is an intimate thing to me. I know it very, very well. I think it would be an immense tragedy if the passionate people here representing both sides of this issue stayed on both sides of this issue. I think that would be a real tragedy. I think that you probably overlap in what you want to accomplish 95% at least. And I would suggest to Mr. Litwack that his organization would do well to be, and I know you will because I also know Annenberg and a number of the fairly senior people in your organization fairly well. They think that way. I know they do. And I know the passionate people who were involved at Ballona think that way too. And Ballona is one of those extraordinarily special places in California that must be handled with the utmost delicacy. I know that the department, despite what has been said by some people, is approaching it in that manner. I know they are. That's all I've heard from the department. And I think it's very important that everyone be of good heart with each other. You both love Ballona. Let's get the best out of this that we possibly can. Please, people. There is going to be something done at Ballona. It would be a tragedy if both of you couldn't celebrate that at the end of it.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. Any other questions or comments on the issues we've just heard about? Okay. The only thing we need to do to close out this agenda item is give the staff some direction about what we want them to do about what they've heard today and what we have heard by way of written comment in recent weeks leading up to the commission meeting. Adriana, do you want to give us a summary of what we've heard, what written comments we've received on various issues that we didn't hear about today?
Sure. So in addition to what we've heard today, you received written requests for emergency regulation to amend the California Central Coast Streams low flow closure trigger, a request to allow hedgehogs in California, requests for an agenda item to ban the live sale of frogs and turtles, a request to set license permit fees to even dollar amounts rounded up, a request for various amendments to turkey hunting regulations, request for conformance with federal crow hunting season in Hollenbeck Canyon Wildlife Area, request to allow glowfish in California, and 27 requests to eliminate the no fillet salmon rule, which you just adopted.
Before we give that direction, I would actually appreciate some guidance myself on the issue we just heard about in San Diego, the access issue of fishing in the La Jolla area. It seems to me that has more to do with beach access and coastal access than it does fishing, even though they're related. So it's not clear to me that we are the appropriate agency to take action on that issue. It's also not clear to me that the city is out of line in doing what it's doing. But I don't know. Maybe the staff could give us some clarity on just which state agency might be the appropriate one to get involved.
Yes, Mr. President, and barring any comment from council, my recommendation is that I, as your executive director, contact some of our sister agencies, state lands, present this issue to them, get some input and report back to you, along with consulting several lawyers that I know are more familiar with this line of law. And so I'd come back to you at the June meeting with some kind of update, and then you can decide whether or not you should take any action directly.
Thank you, Sankey. Commissioner Rogers?
There were a couple of other items, I think, that were mentioned.
Well, let's finish that one
Oh,
first.
I'm sorry.
Just to make sure that we all agree on that course of action as proposed by Sankey.
Yeah, I am too.
I think that'd be great.
I have a
don't
personal
know.
opinion about that, but I don't think I'll say it.
Okay. Commissioner Rogers, go ahead, please.
Okay. One, Joe Exline brought up a number of interesting points, as usual. Thank you, Joe, wherever you are. There you are. And I think he had some interesting ideas, and so I think we would want to continue on pursuing those ideas. And I may get a little pushback from my fellow co-chair of the Marine Resources Committee, but I am interested in the Braille fisherman's commentary. I would like to hear it at the June 18th meeting of the MRC. I'd like to hear them talk about that. I'd like to get a little more about that. I know that this commission was interested in covering up what we thought was a loophole, the 2-ton loophole, and I really understand that. But I want to know a little bit about what he's talking about and how that works. So, anyway, there was that, and let's see, and then of course what we just talked about. I'm there. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Commissioner Rogers.
Well, I was going to cover those comments that were made about the changes that we need to take a look at, because they were pretty right on target. We're off base a little bit, and we can get back on base if we make those changes. Whoever's running the meeting can be in charge of what the time frame and stuff like that is. Well, because sometimes the vice president and president are both gone.
Yeah, X-Line is disturbingly on point often.
What we're doing, Mike, is trying to take
we should make him the parliamentarian of the commission.
Oh, I think he is.
All right. Anything else, Jim? Commissioner Bayless, anything to add? Okay. So, would you like to? One of you like to read the potential resolution here? I don't have anything to add to what you've drafted, unless anybody else does.
So I heard from you all to work on the children's pool issue, the president speaker time issue, and then I can read the staff recommendation. Did I miss anything?
No, I think the MRC issues, Craig has presumably captured any of the issues that we wanted to send to the
I think
MRC.
we need you all to weigh in on the Braille 210 loophole issue, whether or not that should go to MRC or not.
Yeah, I personally want to close that 2-ton loophole.
Okay. Well, then we should talk about it at the Marine Resources Committee, as Commissioner Rogers suggests, and bring a recommendation back to the full commission. The other thing we mentioned that we should probably discuss further, although we've talked about it before at the MRC, or the use of descending devices, making that part of the marine regulations that soon Dr. Schuman will have the pleasure of overseeing.
If I may, Mr. President, I'd like to make one further comment about the children's pool thing. Our staff is going to look into who we think is the best and make recommendations as to who is the best person or organization to handle that. I'm wondering if it's appropriate for the commission to weigh in on that a little bit. And I know how delicate that is, and I know we have to be very sensitive with our fellow commissions. It's just that the point that is being raised to us that it is an impediment to the opportunity to fish. It is also an impediment to the opportunity to do what was the basic reason for the construction of that pool, which was for the children to swim in a safe place. And I know that I'm probably going to get a lot of flack for what I'm about to say, but I think that those who are highly concerned about a bunch of pinnipeds, which are not in short supply in the state of California at all, are fundamentally chumming for white sharks. And I don't find that very amusing. I think they need to rethink their position.
Thank you. Any other comments before we hear this proposed motion?
Okay, so in addition to children's pool, the president's speaker time issue, and the squid braille 2-ton limit going to MRC, you have a suggested motion to forward the request to amend regulations regarding salmon fillet, turkey hunting, and crow hunting to the Department for analysis during the scoping for the respective annual regulatory packages, and forward the request to change the low flow trigger to the department for their recommendation as well.
We have a motion on the table?
Yes.
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, you have finished your business for the
Any
day
other,
and may adjourn.
Any other business for this afternoon? Tomorrow morning, I understand we're convening at 9 a.m.
Correct.
Just to clear up any misunderstanding or anybody stuck in the notorious rush hour traffic here in Southern California. 9 a.m. tomorrow, same place.
Yep.
Thank you. See you then.